Hi there, I believe we're back. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next presenter is from Jackson, Mississippi. He is going to show us new advances with interiors and lighting. He is the division superintendent for the Magnolia Division in the Southeast region. We welcome Pat McCarthy.
Thanks, Speed. Welcome, everyone, to Mississippi. We all have structures on our layouts that we wish were more interesting. Tonight, we're all about how to take even a small structure and make it a focal point of a larger scene, or maybe even a focal point of your layout. Since the evolution of the LED, tremendous advances have been made in the past, even in the past few years, in lighting for layouts, as well as designing and making it easy to accomplish. Combining the structure. Get you on my desktop. Let's take a structure. Right now we've got the simple DPM structure. This is actually Skip's Chicken and Ribs. This building's been out forever. DPM put this together in the late 80s or 90s, and they've great structures. This is Skip's. And this is Skip's, and it paints up quickly, easily. It comes
Pat, can you hear
together
me?
easily. Yes, I can. I can hear you. And it comes together easily, and it comes together easily and puts the structure straight up. What we want to do now is to put an interior, and
Just want to make sure that the
we're
audio feed is
we're
good.
looking at.
Okay, say the next paragraph so we can just make sure it flows.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the products coming out of the Rumettes folks. Barry Silverthorne with Rumettes has come up with for the DPM 10100 Kelly Saloon. This one is a big kit for the Arlington Hotel. This fits the MT Arms, the DPM MT Arms Hotel. The what we're going to do today is made for this particular structure. This is called Stewart's Hobby Shop, and it goes in Skip's Chicken and Ribs. It also goes in Margaret's Market and General Store. So I've already, in the interest of time, I've already assembled a couple of the rooms. There are 3 in this particular kit. I've assembled a couple of those already, but I've just made a copy of this to show what was in the kit originally. There's a living room and a bathroom, and then the storefront itself. And Barry, I'm throwing those in the trash as soon as I'm done here. So this is how the kit comes together. It's a simple laser cut structure, sort of like a laser cut structure kit, but it's on paper. And it's pretty dense cardstock. It's got a glossy finish on it. And the best way to do this is just go ahead and build it. And you just come in here and cut the gates.
Pat, can you just hold for a sec? We're just having a few sound issues from your end here at the moment. So can you just say a couple of words? We'll just see if it catches up.
I'm saying a couple words and trying to catch up.
Okay, that comes through fine. So we'll try to
Speed,
continue.
All right. So we'll just cut the gates. To release I'm trying not to cut my fingers off. Release the part from the card. And it does. Rumettes recommends using a straight edge to make your folds. Of course, these folds are perforated, so you don't want to overdo it. But they fold out pretty simply. And create a three-sided room. Now you'll note that there are tabs on here that say glue, and that's where you're going to put the glue on these. There are also some tabs on this that say bend upward glue to wall, and in most cases you're going to follow that. I'm going to remove those tabs. I'm just bending back and forth and then pulling them off. And I'm making the front of this building removable using magnets to hold the front on. Now, that's recommends Gem Tac glue, and after building a number of these kits, I find that they're correct. I tried to go the other way with a different material, different adhesive, and it just doesn't work as good as the Gem Tac does. It's quick. It's easy to apply. It's quick. It's easy to apply, and doesn't get out of hand, and it dries clear also. So it just hang on. And these just come together. You fold them over and make your joints. I'll use a clip to hold those on. But you can even use large paper clips to do a good job with this, as you can see. And that's basically the building. That's basically the room. This is the living room that goes on upstairs. While we're coming up, we'll go ahead and install the other two rooms in here. First, I'm going to install the bathroom. Now you'll notice I've got some fiber coming out of the back of this building. I installed a gooseneck lamp that is fiber optic on there, so you'll get a feel for that in a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and glue up the glue surfaces for the bathroom. One thing to note that on these other rooms, here is the storefront, and you'll notice in the storefront there are a couple of supplied details. There's a shelf over on the right, and then there is a 4x8 layout board that's on the left. In the kit, there's also a glass front, looks like a glass front case that probably has brass engines in it. Reminds me of Hall's. I didn't use that in here because there just really isn't a lot of room. In the bathroom, though, we use some details that were separately sold in the tub. Okay. Now I've applied the glue, and it's going to go in these back two windows in the structure. And there you go. You can get a feel for where those are. I'm just going to carefully lay this in so that it's not going to compromise the window. And so that when it's lit, you'll be able to see inside the room. Okay, we've done that. I'll count for our cabling here. because you'll notice that each one of these rooms also has the Just Plug lighting system from Woodland Scenics that's provided in the roomettes kit. So you'll see that the lights are attached per the instructions. We'll show those all illuminated later. Put a weight on this fiber to get it out of my way. The storefront attaches in the structure behind the storefront windows here, and we've already test fitted that and know that it goes against the far right wall. So we're going to use some more Gem Tack. We're going to need some more, as a matter of fact. That should do it. Get some more Gem Tack, and we're going to mount this on the paper side. Just enough to, sorry, I'm not showing it to you where it is. Just enough to get that set in there. And we're going to mount it flush with the floor and flush with the front of the building. And press it down and use a couple more clips. Now that should work. Now, for the time, we should have enough tackiness on the living room to be able to mount the Just Plug lamp. And I committed one of the sins of not removing the gate for the lamp. Now here's the Just Plug lamp that comes with the kit, and we'll just put a little glue on the edge. It doesn't take much. You can also use tape to do this, but I find glue works just as well as anything. Mount the lamp in the location. Hold it for a minute and you'll be all right. Now, mounting this and shows how well that works. We'll try that again. We'll try that again. Now, this particular room has a window in the far side that you have to match with a window in the structure. And that's pretty simply done just by finding where it goes. And you see that it matches the window so that when you look from the outside in, you'll be able to see the interior. So we know that fits. We see how it goes. We'll come back out with it. We'll apply more glue, apply more adhesive. We're going to do it on both sides this time. And we're just going to slide it in there, avoiding compromising that window. And then press fitting it against the sides. Again, using some of our really handy clip. So, in a minute, we'll be set to talk about lighting. Now, once all this glue sets, we'll be able to you'll be able to finish the building by putting the roof in it and mounting the fascia on it. The best part of that is you've got a completed building with 3 different interior rooms. But how do you light it? And the best way to start talking about lighting, I believe, really goes to the people who innovated this process, and that's Woodland Phoenix with their just plug lighting system. This is a modular system that has the ability to light your entire layout, and by using this, you can daisy chain your lamps. I've installed 3 here plus a fiber optic lamp, which I'm going to show you how that works again too. But the nice part about this is this is all modular. It works really well, and it's relatively inexpensive. I believe we're going to be okay with this. And we'll just show the structure without on the roof. We'll show the structure with a completed kit. Now, let's look at the lighting. Using the Just Plug system requires the use of a transformer that's supplied by Woodland Phoenix, and it just plugs in. Just plugs into the lighting board in its special place, and then all you have to do is move this fiber real quickly. All you have to do is plug in your Just Plug lamps. Into the locations. And you now have lighting. And now you can see that both of the rooms on this are lit and illuminated. And now you have a structure that is now more interesting as you seek to go. That always happens. You try and keep the glue off and it never does. Fortunately, this is easy to deal with. Okay. But you can see that it's illuminated. I'll remove the front and you can see how that works even better. And you can adjust the lighting with the Just Plug system to change your illumination level so that the illumination really works for what you're doing. And now you get a better idea of how the building is lit. And even on the 3rd room, you can now see how the bathroom is illuminated with the details that are in there. Now, Woodland Phoenix came up with the initial system that made this really easy to establish an illuminated building. But there are a couple of other things that have come up pretty much recently. Earlier today, if you were watching, you got to see a program by has several different lighting boards available, but here's one that actually uses the Just Plug lighting system itself. This is a DCC capable board. It actually has a DCC decoder on it, and you can control the different illumination levels, animation, and other different things for this, including timing, through your DCC controller. And Jim also has a control box that you can control from. And I'll show you something similar in just a minute. This plugs up to a power supply, or you can use DCC track power. Either way, to power your lamps on here. And I've seen an application where Jim had more than 60 lamps hooked up to one of these boards himself. Pay attention to model train technology. Jim Lewis is doing some really nice things over there. And in terms of fiber, this is another feature of another gentleman that you're going to see right after I'm finished. A gentleman named Michael Groves. Now, Michael has a company called Dwarven, and he's established a system that allows him, or allows a modeler, to use fiber optics to eliminate their layout. And it's pretty simple. He uses a light source, which is what he calls a lamp lighter, and we take the fiber and just slide it into the lighting feature. Slide it in, and you can lock it into the side, and then your light on the back of the building is lit. And you can adjust the illumination on that with you can adjust the illumination on that with you can adjust the illumination with how deep you want insert the fiber in the light source, or you can pull back on the fiber in the fixture itself. Really neat features. You're going to hear Jim talk about. You're going to hear Michael talk about that at length right after I'm done. But there is another item that's out that Jim Lewis and Michael Groves are combining together to establish or set up a fiber optic capable animation system where you can establish triggers for different things, such as train such as train monitoring and things like that, for crossing signals and things that will go along with fiber optics to be driving those. This is a new way to go in the hobby, because fiber's been around, but you hadn't seen a whole lot of it. Michael is making great inroads on how to eliminate your entire layout with fiber optics. There are other sources. When I started in the hobby, it was unusual to see lighting in structures, and then slowly the grain of wheat bulbs began to appear, and you'd see lights on a layout, and it was always a great feature to see. And I remember back in the mid '80s, going to a train show in Mesquite, Texas. One of the layout tours had a beautiful layout. Had a hotel that had several rooms that were in the hotel that had been illuminated and had interiors in them, and the modeler had gone to a great level of effort to make that model stand out, and that left a great impression on me. And I've always wanted to try and develop a structure program on my layout, so that every structure could be lit and every structure could have an interior. So to summarize, we've got a lot of options when it comes to doing lighting. LEDs, you still have incandescents that are available. You can mix them, as I've done on this particular structure, with both LEDs and fiber. Fiber's a neat new product, and it's a neat product that's not new, but it's becoming more prevalent. I intend to start using some of that myself. The people that work hard on this, Jim Lewis, Michael Groves, Barry Silverthorne, they're making interiors possible for a reasonable investment and for a not overwhelming amount of effort. You saw how long it took me to put this together, and you can set up an interior with lighting. You can set up an interior with lighting in a building in a small amount of time and have this installed in your layout, and it becomes a focal point for your scene, or maybe even in a larger structure, a focal point for your layout. That's about all I have. Speed, if you've got some questions, I'm happy to attend.
There are some questions.
Speed.
Can you hear me?
All right. I can hear you, yes.
Do you prefer fiber optics or small LEDs, and why?
I like them both. It's not, you can, with some of the products that Michael has come up with, you could do just about any kind of lamp, interior, exterior lamp you can do with fiber, that you could do with LEDs, or even the old incandescent grain of wheats. Fiber has its place, and the only issue that I've really had with fiber is modulating intensity. With the Just Plug lighting system that's available, you have infinite capability of adjusting intensity, and I think that's one reason I really like the LEDs. For exterior lighting, I think fiber is a good way to go. I think they're both really worthwhile to pursue, and I think fiber has its place.
Wouldn't you want to paint the back side of the bathroom and storefront black to cut down the visibility through the rear windows?
I did not. This building, of course, is not finished at this point. I'm probably going to use I'm probably going to black out the windows in the back of the building, which would effectively decrease illumination. Roomets recommends that you do a couple of things to try and reduce the illumination leak, the light leak, by sealing the perforated seams that you fold over. The Roomet's instructions suggest you use glue. I thought about using tape, and then I think you may have a good idea of just painting the back of it black. I don't. I've in other structures that I've done the roomettes in, I haven't had any real problem with light leak through closed out windows. It's not a bad idea.
So how do you adjust the brightness of those LEDs? I don't mean what buttons do you press, is to what level do you set them? Because you're on a workbench and it might be installed on a layout in a few weeks or months.
Good question. The Just Plug lighting system is designed to be mounted either on the fascia of your layout or underneath it. And when you do it that way, it's usually at a point where you can adjust the illumination for a building that's actually installed. So you could conceivably have a structure or multiple structures that you might want to adjust the intensity of for daytime running, and then for nighttime running you may want to adjust them again. Now keep in mind that the Just Plug system not only has LED lamps for interiors, they have exterior lighting that's available. You have different types of exterior lamps that are available from Woodland Scenics. They even have a line of automobiles with LED headlights and taillights. All of those can be adjusted. The intensity can be adjusted with this particular control panel, and it's called a dimmer control. So you have the infinite ability to do that if you have this mounted where you can reach it. Some layouts you may not be able to mount that on a fascia or close by, and you have to mount it up underneath. And if that's the case, then you're going to have to reach up underneath to get to the Jim Lewis's modules. I think are going to shine. I've got one structure that I've almost got complete that has one of his boards in it that is controllable from my DCC handset. Now I use NCE, but it's easy enough to be able to select whichever port you're looking for or you're trying to control, and then adjust the intensity of a lamp from your hand controller on your DCC system. This is very innovative, and I think Jim's got a great idea with this product. And on this particular one, you can set up 16 different just plugs. And he has other types of boards. I know one I've already installed is smaller. It's probably 2/3 the size of this particular panel, and it's got 16 ports on it, and it's got solder pads that I've gone ahead and soldered the light leads to. In that case, the footprint of the board is so much smaller that it fits up underneath the floor of the structure that I've built. The nice thing about that is I'll eventually be able to adjust the intensity of each light that's on that structure. And I think right now I've got 4, 8, 10, 11, 12. I've got 13 lights on this particular structure alone. And I'll be able to adjust the intensity of each one of those through the DCC controller. So that's another way that you have the ability to adjust. You have the ability to adjust lighting and intensity.
So can you're going to use that controller for a building sitting next to it as well? Or how many controllers or how many buildings you're going to have with lighting?
Well, you could. There's no. I don't think there's any limit to the number of buildings that you could, or number of structures that you could control on this particular panel that I was showing you, or even the just plug system. You can control more than one building or one structure with each one of these control panels. The idea is that you can multiply the lights that are on any one individual lead. So if you have a large building that has an interior, a manufacturing type building that has an interior with say 12 interior lamps, 12 interior ceiling lamps, you could have those all set up on one single control plug or button, and then you can adjust the intensity either with the just plug or with your DCC controller. So I think there's an infinite number of ways that you control more than one structure. I have an innovator that is we tried to get another device on before this presentation that is based on that's based on the I'm forgetting the terms now. Speed, help me out with this. That's based on a
schedule.
Well, it's what's the board called?
The one that's stuck in the mail?
The one that's stuck in the mail, yes, sir.
Porches and bathrooms?
Yes. Well, it's based on, what's the technology it's based on? I'm forgetting that now.
It's the same Arduino.
Ah, there you go. This is controlled by an Arduino using the programming that is set up in it, and it's designed. Of course, Speed could probably tell you more about this than I can, but it's designed so that it can animate different lamps in a particular structure based upon schedules based upon intensity, and based upon recurring events. Um, I'm looking forward to getting that. I'm looking forward to getting that particular device in, and being able to test it out. I think that's going to be a neat way to control things too. And in terms of expense, that's probably the most affordable of all of these different types.
So how big is your layout?
I have a 2 by 8 foot switching layout that is under construction.
And how many of
And
these
it will.
structures will go on there?
How many of what?
How many structures are you planning on putting on it?
I'll probably have as many as 10 or 12 structures on the layout. A couple of them are going to be background flats, but they will be lit and they will have interiors. I'll have an engine house, have a 2-stall engine house that I'm scratch building. I've got a freight house that I've already finished. I've got a lumber company that's waiting to be started, plus a couple storefronts. This building very well may make it onto the this small DPM building may very well make it onto the layout.
Don't you have a large, what do you call the house, the building next to the tracks, the one with the lights that shine up on the loading dock?
Oh yeah, I've got a freight house.
Or where's your little church?
The little church is up on the top shelf. Every structure I've tried to build, I've tried to include lighting in and interiors. They just provide so much more interest on a layout. I know the club layout that I'm a member of in Meridian, Mississippi, has got there a couple of the structures that I'm building right now are going to wind up on that particular layout. With interiors, within lighting. And although there's a considerable amount of lighting on this layout as it is, we're gonna be doing we're gonna be doing a good bit of interior work on some of these structures.
So you're planning some streetlights
Yes, planning streetlights,
and
planning streetlights and overhead wires and everything else like that.
blinking left turn LEDs.
We've got a couple of locations on the club layout where we can use street lamps, and a couple of places where we could use directional lighting for for traffic, that sort of thing. Yes, I don't see that in the interest on any layout. If you want to find a layout that's got that had incredible lighting features and animation, was the old Magnolia, the Magnolia route, the Mississippi, Alabama, and Gulf that Cliff Powers had built and has now since torn down. Well, didn't tear it down. He's removed it from his facility and has sold it. And he's in the process of building another layout, which I don't doubt will have an incredible lighting and animation system on it.
We would love to see that on a clinic.
I'm working on Mr. Powers. He has a YouTube channel, so if anybody's interested, you can always go to Cliff Powers Model Railroading on YouTube, and you can see some of the wonderful things that he's doing. He's a very accomplished model railroader.
I've seen enough of it to encourage everybody to go look that up. Just amazing.
It is. It's just amazing, and it's one of the layout that he dismantled and sold was incredible. The Mississippi, Alabama, and Gulf was just an incredible layout, and had features on it that were they were amazing. And I don't doubt that his new layout will be even more impressive. He's quite a modeler and a good guy too.
Question from the feed: how long can you make those fibers, or how long do they provide them in?
Most of these fibers, I think I've got some. Now I've got I'll show you. I've got a package of 1 millimeter fiber that's in a 30-foot line. And I think these come in 1 millimeter, 1.5 millimeters, and 0.75 millimeters in fiber. And this is pretty heavy fiber, but it just depends on the application that you're going to be using it for. The fiber on the gooseneck lamp on this building was 0.75, and it's plugged in. It's plugged in right here. And this lamp lighter will take, I think this will take up to 20 or maybe even more, 20 different strands of fiber to illuminate. Now this is what Michael Groves provides, and he sells this fiber in packaging like this. And this was, like I said, this is 30 feet. Of course, you'll trim it to your needs.
So how long is the fiber that you have installed there right now?
The fiber I have here is probably 18 inches.
And you
The
cut
short.
that,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you cut that yourself?
Yes, I did. Cut it with a pair of scissors. The shorter the fiber, the greater the intensity of the lamp. The longer the fiber, the intensity is going to be less because the light has further to travel. Yeah, Michael can talk about some of the details in the technology of the lamplighter system. I'm sure he'll be happy to go into, and I'm sure he will go into more detail in that in his presentation. These systems are pretty user friendly, but the lighting intensity, like I said, is the only concern or only problem. But I've had any concern with is trying to get the right intensity on the lamps, because in most cases with the same length fiber, the intensity of the lamp is going to be the same.
Well, Pat, thank you very much for showing us two of the products that one already saw and another one that we. So thank you for your time,
Yes,
and thank you for an excellent clinic.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. This is a great program, and y'all have been doing a lot of hard work on it. I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the
All right.
speed down to deal with some technical issues, maybe reboot a computer or two, so that we can have a glitch-free video in the next segment. Thank you much.
Welcome to the Gateway NMRA or NMR. Sorry. Welcome back to the NMRA Gateway X. I'm here with the next presenter, Dr. Michael Groves. He trained as a physicist and worked in the medical field all his life, first in development, then sales and marketing. Becoming frustrated with the amount of wiring involved to provide even a small level of lighting drove him to using his physics skills to develop a novel way of lighting without wiring, using fiber optics. Darwin Enterprises was formed in April of 2018 to commercialize the idea and his family business that involves his wife, children, and grandchildren. Please welcome Dr. Michael Groves.
Thanks very much, Brooks. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon or this evening or whatever time zone you're in. I just want to give you sort of a quick sketch. You probably see the name there, Dwarven. My grandson actually came up with the term. He loved Tolkien, and we were driving one day and he said, we talked about what we name this company, because he was starting to work with us, and that's how it all came about. Today, actually, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the science of lighting a little bit. So I hope I won't lose too many of you. And then I'm going to talk about how bright do you really want to light on a lighting layout, and also things like, what's the spacing you should use, what type of lighting, divergence of beam and stuff like that. And then we're going into some examples. There's a short video on how to light a house using fiber optics. And then we'll move into some of the newest stuff, which you've seen a little bit of earlier today, which is the animation unit, the Lamplighter FL, as we call it. And we'll talk a bit about that, and then it'll be over to Q&A. But this one is, oddly enough, it's not going to be strongly commercial. It's going to be primarily looking at a bit of science, and I hope it'll be helpful to you. So let's get going and let's run. Well, very much for talk to you about this entrance. Here to talk something about how to light your hobby, and I'm to talk about designs and tools for that. Last time I talked about our fiber optic system that we've developed with the Dwarven system and the challenges that I faced in developing that, and the success we've had with that. So today let's talk a little bit about, for example, the issue of illumination or visibility. When you're trying to put light onto something, the question is, do you actually want to really illuminate it, or do you want to just have a visible light? So for example, if I was to talk to you about looking at these lights on the trains, clearly those are going to want to light the path in front of the train, just as a car headlight does, just as a street light does. And for that, we're going to need something in the 100 lumen type of range. On the other hand, if we're just looking at a light at the back of a train, or we're looking at a flashing light or something like that, we do not need nearly the same intensity. Instead, we're really looking at just sort of visibility of a light there. And we can deal with something that's even less than 10 lumens. So we can have something that's 10 to 100 times less intense than what we're going to need for illuminating something. Let's take a look at what are the units of measure for an object, and typically you're going to see this on your packages. You go into Home Depot, Walmart, wherever. They're going to be packages that talk about having, say, 350 to 700 lumens. Well, as you can probably see on this slide, if you compare that with the sun produces 6.8 by 10 to the 27 lumens, or in other words, 6.8 billion lumens. Now, clearly, that's a huge contrast to the amount of light you're going to get out of a little light bulb. And so in order to be able to compare light outputs, we really don't need to want to talk about lumens. We're going to talk about lux. So let's see what that's all about. Lux is really taking the number of lumens over a square area, or a square meter, for example, is the way it's defined. So now, if we take a look at the sun, it's between 10 to 25,000 lux. On an overcast day, it drops down to about 1,000. If we're looking at, say, the light from a moon, it's just 1 lux. If we're looking at a room, like a living room, typically it's 100 rather to 200 lux. And then street lights are going to run somewhere in the order of 200 to 1,000 lux. So now we've got a measurement that's a little bit more comparable than just looking at the number of lumens. Well, why is it so important to sort of understand this area a bit? And that's because people sometimes come to me and they say, well, why don't I just buy your fiber and I can put it with one of my 10 milliamp LEDs and maybe we can light something that way. And the issue is that that's just way too little light, and it really won't illuminate something. So we're going to talk about how much light do you really need to light buildings, to light streets, and so on. So let's get into that right now and talk about sizes of street lamps. So if we're looking at a small street lamp that's, say, in a park or on a small walkway, we're talking something that's about 3 to 4 meters. In other words, just over 10 to 12 feet. If, on the other hand, it's more of a street light, cars going by, we're talking about something that's in the 5 to 6.5 meters high. So here we are, 15 to 18 feet. Or if we're looking now more at a highway type of lamp, now we're at 6.5 up to, say, 10 meters. So we're actually up into the 30-foot type of category. So clearly, the size of a light, the height of the light, is very important to know because it depends on where you're actually going to be placing it. And here's just another example of the different sights and heights of lamps that you're going to need. Well, when we look at the specifications for these lights, real street lighting specifications, we're going to start with the amount of wattage and then go to lumens. Then we're going to have the height of the light, the beam angle, and eventually we'll calculate the lux. Well, why do we need all those parameters? Well, it's all of those parameters that eventually give us the amount of light that's coming down to us on the surface. So let's start with probably looking at the beam angle, because this is a very important parameter in lighting. So beam angles are defined really by the spread of the light, as you can tell, over the certain angle. And it's the complete angle that it's spread across. So for example, here's an example where a beam is only 30 degrees on one side, but it's a spread of 60 degrees total. Now I'm going to do a little bit of maths and hopefully I won't lose you. It's pretty simple stuff. It's a tiny bit of trigonometry. So here we go. So let's take an HO scale lamp and it's 5 centimeters high. So that's the height of our lamp that we've got. What we need to do is we've got the Y, which is the high part, the height of it. We really need to know how much that light is going to spread. So I need to know something called theta, or the angle of spread, and then I'm going to want to know, that'll allow me to calculate the value x. So if y is, say, 5 centimeters and the theta, or the angle, is 20 degrees, then I take the tan of that angle and I end up with an x of 1.8 centimeters. So that little calculation allows me to know how broad will that beam spread out to. Well, the area, as you know, is pi r squared, so we multiply 3.14 by that 1.8 centimeters squared, and we end up with something like 19 centimeters squared, but we're going to convert it back to meters. Now we're back to 1.9 by 10 to the minus 3 meters squared. So that's a pretty small area. Now, take those calculations, and now if I've got a light source of 1 lumen, then my light intensity over that area would actually be 526 lux. So in fact, even though the moon is only 1 lumen as it comes down to us, if we're looking at the spread of a light, say 20 degrees, which is really a spread of 40 degrees total, and look at the light intensity, we take that number of lumens, divide it by the square that it's going over, the area it's going over, and that'll give us the actual amount of lux. So now let's get into some real life. Okay, so here we go. So here's a what's called a Clermont luminaire. It's just a lamppost. It runs at 70 to 100 watts. It's designed, as you can see, as a street light, really. And so let's take a look at what happens if I take that and I change the height or I change the beam angle. Let's take a look at the amount of light that I get. So here we go. So I'm going to take a light that's got 80 watts to it, and I'm putting in a pretty powerful bulb into it. So I've got 1,200 lumens coming out of it. If my height is 3 meters, that's 9 feet, right? We talked about that's more of a park light. And the beam angle, now let's vary that. Let's vary that from, say, 60 degrees out to 100 degrees. Well, I'm just sort of blanking out a bit the radius and the area calculation just to drop to the bottom line, which is that the number of lux we would have on the ground would be 127 lux with the 60 degree spread and about 30 lux with the 100 degree spread. So you can see that the angular spread has a huge impact on the way in which we're actually, how much light we're going to get. So let's take another one. Let's take a street lamp. Its wattage, say 250 watts. Here it is 3,750 lumens, huge amount. 5 meters high, it's about 15 feet. But I take the beam angle. Now let's take a beam angle of 40 degrees or compare it with something that's 160 degrees. We've got a very, very big spread. And what you would see is that the amount of lux you get is hugely, hugely different. In one case, you're getting something around 360 lumens for something like a swan neck lamp, but a carriage lamp, which in fact is spreading the light right around an area, is going to give you far, far less light down on the ground. So only 1.5 lux. I hope that made sense to you, so you can sort of start to see that the spread of a beam is extremely important to know, because it'll affect very much how much light you get when you're illuminating something. So for example, here's the Cobra headlight that's typical of many of the lights on highways, and here it is. It's about a 30-foot light up on a pole. By the way, I take most of these images from places like Jersey Central Lighting or other places off the website, so you can find all this information very easily. So let's take that. So here we go with a highway light. Say a 250 watt gives us 3,750 lumens, but the height now is 10 meters, so it's about 30 feet. And again, if we change that beam angle, even by a fairly small amount, we change the amount of lux down on the surface, on the ground, considerably, from something like 36 down to 17 lux. So once again, the spread is very important, but also one of the things you'd see is these highway lights, while they're fairly intense, because they're so high, they don't actually provide that much illumination. And that's obvious. The reason for it's obvious, because you're driving a car down the road, you've got headlights on as well. You don't need the type of illumination that you have in a park, where you're walking and you're going to trip over things because you're not walking down with a headlight beaming from you. You're typically just walking using the ambient light that you got, or the light rather, from the park lighting. Okay, so hopefully I haven't bored you completely, but now I wanted to get to something that was rather fun. So what I did was I took my light meter, edge of my phone, and I loaded it up with a software called the Lux Light Meter. And what that allowed me to do was to be able to look at the amount of lux that was coming onto my my phone. So I went down the street, and down the street we have these what I call Acorn street lamps. That's in our development, and the results that I got from that were something in the 270 to 320 lux of light was actually coming down. So actually quite a powerful light, because that spread over quite a large area. So the next thing I did was I decided, well, why don't I put this now on my own layout? So here we go. So now I'm looking at a street lamp. This is a swan neck lamp that you see that's near a building. And you can see that actually what I'm reading there is 183 lux. well, that's fairly similar to what I'm getting out on the streets in the area of our neighborhood. So that was fairly comforting to me to know that, oh, that's pretty indicative of that I've probably got some pretty phototypical lighting. So I then did another one of my swan neck lamps, which was just around the corner from that. And once again, I've got lighting that's in between the 150 to 200 lux range. So we talked a bit about it. The directionality is very, very important. So the choice of the type of light and the technology you use is very important to understanding how much light you're going to have spread. So if you took a globe lamp, it's going to spread light over 360 degrees. Take something like a carriage lamp, it's got a top on it, it's only going to give you something like 180 to 160 degrees. A swan neck lamp is down around the 40 to 60 degree range. And then a highway lamp is actually fairly intentionally focused down to something like 60 degrees, typically. So we're going to talk now about the directionality of lighting on models. So your choice of lighting could be, for example, a grain of wheat bulb. Now, a grain of wheat bulb gives you light over about 180 degrees. So it's really quite wasteful in a way. And what it does is it gives you a lot of glare unless you really put something hooded over the top of it. But what it also does is it uses a lot of energy and doesn't put the light where you really, really want it. Well, let's move to LEDs. So an LED without a lens gives you about a spread of 135 degrees. That's quite broad. If you put a lens on it, you can actually get that down quite below 90 degrees, which is attractive. And again, if you put it in a globe, you get something around 360 degrees. Fiber optics, on the other hand, without flaring it, is going to give you a much narrower angle. And I'm going to get into why that is in a moment. But it's down at about 40 degrees is the spread of that light. If you take it, if you flare the end of the fiber, you can increase that to around 60 degrees. And then if you put it in a globe, you get the same as you would with an LED, so around 360 degrees. So the spread of your light is very, very important, especially when it comes to street lights, as to how well it's going to light something. So for example, there's a typical spread for an LED. And what that does, so this one's showing you something like 120 degrees. The challenge is sometimes I'll go into train layouts and I'll see some really bright lighting, but I'll also see that it's dazzling a bit and it's distracting from the ambience of what I really would like to see. And because of that wide spread, that's one of the reasons why LEDs can tend to be rather dazzling. So of course, what you can do is you can reduce the intensity of that, but you're going to have to use a resistor in series with it. You'll already have one probably in series with it so it doesn't blow out, but you're going to have to change that. And obviously that's a bit of a faddle to have to modify it. But you can do that. Now, how about for the fiber optics? So fiber optics has a spread, as I say, of about 40 degrees. And so it tends to have a much more focused beam to it. So let's talk about the spread of light from a fiber. Fibers are naturally more directional in their lighting than an LED. They have what we call a numerical aperture of 0.5. Now that's probably pretty meaningless to you. It was to me years ago. But it translates into an acceptance angle of about 30 degrees. So light coming into a fiber, if it's more than 30 degrees spread, it won't go into the fiber. Only if it's 30 degrees and less than that will it get into the fiber. Now, one of the advantages with the fiber is that it's trapped inside the fiber, and that's why it goes around bends. It can travel long distances without much attenuation of the light intensity. But at the air-fiber interface, or the fiber-air interface, I should say, the light refracts and you end up with that spreading of that 30 degrees over to about 40 degrees. And so what happens is, though, there's far less glare from fiber lights than you would expect. Now, I have to say, when I first came across that with my own fiber lights, I thought, oh, that's not much of a spread. It's very disappointing. So I talked to some of my customers, and they said, no, Michael, that's exactly what you want. That's much more prototypical than having something that's sort of blaring light out and giving you a glare. So I actually had lucked out on that, I would say. I just want to go back to this idea of refraction, because you know about it, really. So if you took this pencil and you looked at it in the glass, you would see it going from the air to the water interface. It looks as though it bends. Well, we're going to look at this in reverse, because obviously coming from a fiber, that's a higher density like water going into air. What happens is the light's coming up there, say at 30 degrees. As soon as it comes into the air, it bends and goes and spreads a little bit. So that gives you some idea as to what we're talking about and why it happens. So a little bit of the physics behind fibers. Now, one of the things I just want to show you here, here's a little farm. On the left-hand side, I've got a carriage lamp that's actually covered with the top, and you really can't see it from the top perspective. As I go to the right picture, I drop down a little bit, and now you can really see that fiber, that carriage lamp glowing quite nicely, but without any glare to it. And that's one of the features that I found that people really like about the fiber optic lighting, is you end up with far less glare and a much more prototypical lighting. That's not to say you can't do that with LEDs. Of course you can. It just requires a bit more work. So let's translate all of this into real life, from real life rather, to scale lights. So here's a bit of a chart. So remember, we've talked about the sizes of lights. We go from a path to a street to a highway. 12 foot, 15 foot, 30 foot heights. Well, if we look at those in terms of different scales, I put the scale ratio at the bottom there. Some of you may argue that you don't like those scales. Okay, that's fine, but they're roughly okay. So if I was making a light for a path for an N scale, I'm going to be ranging from 1 inch high to only 2.5 inches high. I must say, those 1 inch high lights are quite difficult to make, but there we are, we make those. Going to HO, we've got a little bit more latitude. Now we're going from 1.7 up to, say, 4.1 inches. If I'm in narrow gauge, larger, and then in O gauge, obviously quite a bit larger in height. Now, the ones that we actually produce, I'm only focusing for a moment on the Dwarven ones, the ones with the fiber optics. We have a globe and a swan and a highway lamp, and so you can actually see those are matched more into the path, street, and highway. And if you look at the height of those, they're actually matched fairly well to what you would expect if you were scaling them from real street lights. So I want to talk a bit again, go back to the idea that the wider the spread of the angle, the greater the distance needs to be actually between the lights, because you just don't need them to overlap. So real world recommendations are, for example, that if you have something like a street light, 13 foot high, spacing should be about 65 feet, with the sort of those Cobra lamps that you have on the highways. Then the spacing, it says spatting there for some reason, 125 to 150 feet. And so a rule of thumb that designers use, that's designing our roadways in the United States, rule of thumb is a 5 to 1. In other words, it's 50 feet spread for every 10 feet in height. Well, now I'm going to just do a bit of an examination of what I did on my layout to put some lighting in. So here we go. So what you're seeing there is my street lamps. You can see they're actually the swan neck, and you can see they've actually got that quite tight focus. That beam spread is only about 40 degrees going around that traffic circle there. And so there are some darker spaces, which is what you would expect. So let's take a look at the sort of spacing we might expect to have on these scaled lights. So we've talked about the path, street, and highway light in terms of their height. So now I want to talk about the spacing. So if I'm going to focus for a moment on the HO you can see if you're looking more at N or narrow or O gauge what the measurements would be. But in HO, for example, then the spread should be 8 inches, 10 inches, and up to 20 inches even for a highway. Well, you possibly noted in my picture, I wasn't quite to that scale. So let me show you. So here's my HO scale spacing. My light height is about 1 3/4 inches, equivalent to 12.5 feet in real life. My spacing, on the other hand, is 4 1/4 inches, which is equivalent to about 30 feet. And that's quite a bit closer than that which was specified, which was 8 inches, as you saw from that 5:1 ratio. Well, let me give you another example. And now we're on a waterfront. So this is my waterfront with my softer glowing globe lamps on those. And what I did was I then put a ruler behind those to be able to look at, okay, so what's my spacing there? So the height of these bulb lights is about 1 3/4, again, 12.5 feet. The spacing is only 5 inches. That's equivalent to 25 feet. And I'd expected to, if I use the 5:1 ratio, I should be spacing those about 8 1/3 inch. So I've actually spaced those quite a bit closer. Let's take a look at the highway. So here we go with the highway lamps. And again, you would see this is a real design that's taken from Colorado Department of Transportation. And you can see the dark spots between those lights. Once again, you don't want to light the whole road up because you've got cars with headlights, right? So, and these lights are 30 to 40 foot high, so that's 4 to 5.5 inch in HO scale. So here's my overpass that I've got, and I've got some highway lamps on those, and the spacing on those I use, well, the height of those is 4 feet, so they're about a 30 foot high, 20 plus feet, or 20 plus inches rather, that I would have calculated based on that 5:1 ratio. So I'm going to have to go to a new spacing rule of thumb. I believe that it's better for our application to reduce that real world rule of thumb from about 5:1 down to about 2.5:1. At least that's the way it looks much better on my layout. You may differ, but that's a rule of thumb that I would suggest to you. So that's sort of one of the big take homes from this talk, is when putting your lights in, take the height, multiply it by 2.5, and that's probably what you want as the spread between your lights. So in other words, if a lamp is 2 inches high, space them about 5 inches apart. All right, we're going to move to another subject. How about lighting rooms? Okay, so we've talked about street lighting, but now I want to talk about lighting rooms. So let's take a lighting of a typical living room, 12 foot by 18 foot in real life, at about 20 square meters. Well, in scale, that's equivalent to, in HO, to something that's about 26 centimeters squared, or 0.0026 meters squared. So let's talk about then putting some lighting into that. So typically, a living room would have about 10 to 20 foot candles, they call it, or 1,000 to 2,000 lumens total. The area is about 20 meters squared, so we need about 50 to 100 lux, right? Because we're going to take that 20 meters squared divided into the 1,000 to 2,000, and that's the amount of light we're really going to need in there. So with the room, if it's only 0.0026 meters squared, I need something about 0.13 to 0.26 lumens in order to get that level of lux. So let's take a look at what happens with an LED. So with an LED, let's say it's a typical 10 milliamp LED at 3 volts is going to be about 30 milliwatts, and they put out about 20 to 30 lumens per watt. So we're now, if I calculate that through, I end up with about half a lumen for a 20 lumen per watt light, or up to about one lumen for the brighter ones, the more efficient ones. So basically I've got half to 1 lumens output per LED, and that's really more than enough light. If we go back one slide there, if we only need 0.13 to 0.26 lumens, then I could light between 2 to 4 living rooms with a single LED. Well, how does that compare with, say, the lamplighter system we have using fiber optics? If I took an HO living room using fiber optics, the lamplighter one puts out with a 1.5 millimeter fiber about 2 lumens. So it's actually quite a bit brighter than you get from a typical LED. Again, it's much more directional as well. So it's equivalent to about 2 to 4 LEDs, as I say. So it should light a room about 6 to 8 living rooms. And so that's why I recommend, well, I would only recommend using, say, a 1.5 millimeter fiber for lighting HO buildings. If I use anything bigger than that, I've got way too much light in there. Here's an example of a building that I lit. It's got several rooms in it, and it's got 3 fibers inside this English-looking pub. And you can actually see inside the living room there's tables, chairs, and carpet, and so on. People enjoying their beer and so on. You've always got to have an English pub, at least in my mind, on a railroad. That's called the Wet Whistle, named, my wife gave that name. So here are some other ideas, the lighting that I've got on my layout, just for a moment. Some lighting of the buildings, you can see there. In fact, now there's one where I've not got the lights on at all, and pop the lights on, and it really makes quite a difference. Actually, I love the little guys who are digging there. A little light gives them a lot of, pops them really out. But in those buildings there, those industrial buildings, I've got 3 fibers again in those, and I've actually got those in the upper level because I didn't want the lower levels this time lit. So actually, let's just turn now to, I'd like to briefly show you how I'd like light a building, and we'll do that through a video. Well, hello. So I'm Michael Groves, founder of Dwarven Enterprises, and today we're going to talk about lighting a building. Many customers ask me, what's the best way to light a building? So here's a building that I put together some time ago, but I want to add some features to it that are going to help me in the lighting. First thing I want to do is I'm going to put some aluminum foil. So I've got some aluminum foil, and I'm actually going to take some of that, and I'm just going to put that on the ceiling. Now I've put some tacky glue, which I find very useful. Tacky glue, I've just put some of that onto some paper toweling, and I'm going to put that on the non-shiny side. So I'll just dab on a little bit of glue onto that, and I'm going to stick that up onto the top of the building. Of course, I have difficulty getting it in at first because my hand's a bit small. So there we go. All right. So I'm getting it in there. And it really doesn't matter how it goes in, as long as it gets up there onto the roof somehow. There we go. Good. It's not a perfect job, as you'll see, but it really doesn't matter so long as we've got a nice surface to work with. Now I'm going to put another piece of glue, aluminum foil rather, on the back of it. Let's just get some more glue out. Excellent. Okay. Good. So again, I'm going to take the non-shiny side, and I'm just going to put some glue onto the back of that. I'm going to put some, so I really, because this is not a fine science, I'm just going to really end up with glue in various different places on this piece. And then I'm going to just take that, and I'm going to put that down onto the back of the building. Okay, good. Excellent. All right, so now I've got some foil on the back and on the top. The next thing I want to do is I really don't like being able to see directly into a building. So what I do is I take one or two things. I could take some parchment paper, or I could even take some tissue paper. Both are equally good. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take some crayons, and I'm just going to draw on this some colours, because I really want to have an effect of curtains on this piece of paper. And I might add a little bit of extra color over here just to give some extra striation so it doesn't look too plain. And that's going to do it for now. So my next thing again is I'm going to put some glue onto the back of this paper here. So here's my glue. Okay, good. So I've got bits of glue onto that. And then I'm just going to stick that onto the back of my building. And there we are. So I've got this on the back of the building now. I've actually added some other colors. And so now I've got windows that aren't opaque, but at least they've got a bit of tissue behind them and some color. Well, let's take this over and put this on the layout now. So now we're over at the layout. I've got a number of houses that are already in place, but I really would like to work on this house, putting this house in this place over here. So first thing that I've done is I've drilled a hole and I've put some fiber in here. You can see this fiber here. I put a little bit of a bend on it, so you can see that. I like to bend my fiber a little bit. It keeps in place. If it doesn't stay in place, I sometimes will put just twist tie on it. But the reason for putting this other piece in, this is just a stirring straw, which I place in, and it just keeps the fiber very straight, which is very handy, and allows me to really sort of, with some degree of friction, position the fiber where I want it. So here we have the light already there and the building, and we're now just going to take the building, put that over the light, and see how it works for us. So there we go. Put the building down. Okay. And as you can see, we've got actually plenty of light there. In fact, probably almost too much at this point. So we could back that off by removing the fiber a bit from the lamplighter box. So now you can light your buildings. Indeed, it's lighting without wiring. Thank you for watching this. Now, I'd like to show you some pictures from some of my customers. This was Mark Jewett. He was lighting a train station. Again, that's just using a single fiber inside there. Very nice lighting on a church building using some street lights as well as a fiber to give you a really nice glow on the church. Here's an example of some buildings. Again, a couple of fibers stuck inside those buildings and some parking, actually using the highway lamps to light a parking area. So again, you don't need that much intensity, but it's a nice night effect. Or here's some street lights, courtesy of Malcolm Sokol. And one of my favorite ones that I received from a customer actually is from Steve Juranics, Canadian, and he lit up this building using that system and using a number of different fibers to light those buildings, including the signage, and that was quite a work of art. Of course, we didn't talk about lighting your police cars, but there you go. Easy to do with a fiber. Well, how about lighting an N-scale room? Let's move to N-scale for a moment because there's quite a number of N-scalers out there, I know. So if I was using fiber optics, my light output is proportional to the diameter of the fiber. So let's take the ratio of an N to an HO room. It's going to be about 1/3 that of an HO size room in physical space. The ratio of a 1mm fiber to 1.5 is actually 0.44 in terms of the amount of light that comes out of it. So a 1mm fiber would actually light about 8 to 10 living rooms on the N scale. I hope I didn't lose you on that. But I should have gone back to say that the light output from a fiber is the square of its diameter. So that's why going from a 1 to 1.5, square 1.5, that's 2.25, and divide that into 1, you end up with 0.44. So that's how I got to that. But that's why I would recommend only using a 1mm fiber to light N-scale buildings. A 1.5mm is just way too much light. You can always reduce the intensity by pulling the fiber slightly out of the light box, but why go for the larger fiber? The smaller fibers are easier to handle anyway. So here's some pictures. Here's one that I really enjoy from Paul Bocadero. It's N-scale. He's actually lit up a cinema with neon lights, actually. That's another topic for another day. but lovely lighting, gentle lighting on the street there of those buildings. There's one using some of the N-scale carriage lamps as well as the buildings in the background, and you see the movie theatre back there as well. Moving to Paul McCarty, he's lit up some of his scenery there. Very nice lighting of his buildings. And one of my favourite shots of all time is this rather ethereal scene where he's actually used fibres to light the backdrop in the area, and obviously got a number of street lights in there. It really looks as though a storm is brewing. Well, I just want to touch on one of the reasons that I moved from LED lighting to fibre optic lighting, because it is important. And that was because of the amount of wiring. And I really wanted to have a no wiring solution. And it was interesting. I was looking at Evans Designs and I liked some of their stuff and I was thinking of buying that. And then when I looked at the pictures of the wiring, I thought, oh my gosh, if I go through all of those lights and I got all of that wiring, it's going to be a nightmare for me. Getting older and I can't see quite as well as I used to. Soldering, more solder drops on my ankle than goes onto the wires. So that was part of my strong reason for moving to fibre optics. So that's why we have a no wiring solution using fibre optics. We have there the Lamplighter 2, that's the big brother to the Lamplighter 1. More light, about 50% more light than the Lamplighter 1 and twice the capacity. But we're finding a lot of N-scalers are buying that to put in their lights both in the buildings as well as the street lights, just because they can put one unit in and cover their whole scenery. Well, people have always asked me at shows, how about animation? Well, we're just coming out the next month or so with what we're calling the Lamplighter FL. FL stands for flash, but it's really an animation device. So what it does, in fact, is it allows you to have animation without wiring. So we're putting fibers into those, and it has 3 modes to it. On, off, which are obviously useful for block control lights, flashing, so that's useful for railroad crossings, emergency vehicles, whatever else you want. Blinking, so for example, the top of a control tower, high buildings, some of the road signs where you just want a little blip and so on. So you can have all of this different functionality. It has 8 ports to it, and 16 actual LEDs are able to be fit into this device. But one of the nice things is we're actually coming out with it has triggering on it as well. So you can actually detect a train coming by and it activates the animation box for you. So in fact, let's just take a moment and take a look at its effect on a railroad crossing. Introducing the Dwarvin prototype Lamplighter Flasher unit. It has 16 ports providing both flashing and blinking functions, although using fiber optics. And of course, one of the most obvious applications is for railroad crossings. Behind it, you see the lighting in a farm using our Lamplighter 1 box. So now both constant high intensity light can be combined with intermittent lighting using fiber optics. So look out for more information about this fiber optic system in the weeks to come. So here is a range of products. As we go around it, we've got the 2 different Lamplighter 1 and 2. Now we'll have the animation FL Lamplighter. We have a range of different street lamps, carriage lamps, globe lamps, swan neck lamps, industrial building lamps, highway lamps, different sizes of fiber. We have also the billboards as well, which we've recently released. And then we have fiber connecting kits. So basically, we've now provided, I think, the opportunity to have a lighting without wiring solution, both for illumination as well as for animation. Remember, we started talking about that in terms of just the visibility, just be able to see a light. So we can cover all of that now with fiber optics. We just put an advertisement's just come out in Model Railroader in the August issue, and actually for the month of July, the Lamplighters are going to be 15% off. That's the Lamplighter 1 and the Lamplighter 2 boxes through the month of July. Well, I have to leave you with this thought. The picture on the left comes from a chap called Richard Wilkins, who showed me this picture of his spaghetti of wiring. And basically, and somebody else said to me, don't let this happen to you. You can see when you've got the fibers coming out of the box, yeah, you do end up with a spaghetti somewhat, but it's only one fiber per light, and it's very easy to trace those, and so a much easier system. Couple of last slides here. So there's my wife on the day after I had a birthday sale, and but we said really it's really important to have social distancing. So she does all my packaging for us, so she said, well, let's put them out in the driveway before the postman picks them up, and there they are. Well, we're all dealing with social distancing, and I want to thank my grandchildren, Benjamin, David, and Austin, my son-in-law, Joel, my daughter, Heidi, my wife, Shirley, and of course, I'm here as well. And I want to thank you for your interest in the system. They do, by the way, the grandchildren do all of most of the manufacturing together with my wife of the product. So, but my most senior person in the business is my grandson, Austin, our senior dwarf, as we call him. He's off to college very soon, so we're going to miss seeing Austin, and we're obviously training up the others to become our engineers in the place of Austin, at least until he comes home on his vacation times. So, thank you so much for your time watching this. I hope it's been helpful in understanding some of what you need to do with lighting and so on. And now I'm open to question and answers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Michael, that was a great video presentation there. If you want to close it out, and then we can go to Brooks for any questions out of the feed.
Thanks very much, Brad. Well, great. I hope you've learned a little bit about what we're up to. And well, and I said at the beginning, this is not a commercial presentation as much, but of course, it's always good to be able to get products a little bit cheaper at a time. And our site is kind of a bit clumsy. It doesn't allow me to put another discount in there, but I want to offer a special NMRA discount. And it really is, I don't know if you can see that, but it's 15% off on all the lamps for the rest of this month. And all you do is you have to put in the code NMRAX. You can use a little x, a big X, I don't really care, capital NMRA, and that'll give you 15%, but you're going to have to order it separately from, say, a lamp lighter, the light source. But if you do that, I will combine those so you don't pay double shipping, because that's an easy thing for me to do, because I'm in charge of customer service and sales and marketing and the company. So no worries about that. And that's good till the end of June, right? So take advantage of that. That'll be great. And I also just want to, you saw that lamplighter, the lamplighter FL, as we're calling it, which is, just got to find mine. Yes, this new box that we're just about to launch. And I just want to really give credit to Jim Lewis at Model Train Technology, because we've worked together very hard on this, but we're really licensing that from Model Train Technology. So over to you, Brooks, for all the questions you can imagine.
Well, we got a few. So first question is, do you need anything special to do anything special to the ends of the fiber in order to use them?
Great question. And the answer to that one is no, you don't need to do anything to the fiber. So let's say I've got a piece of fiber and I've got it here. All I'm going to do is just cut the end of it off. I can't even see where it, here we go. Yeah, so I'm going to use a pair of shears, cut the end of it off, and I will just take my lamplighter and stick it straight in. And I don't actually have to do then anything with it to treat the end of the fiber at all. That's the beauty of it. Just cut it and go.
We were talking off the video here, and you could scrape the side of the fiber and do some neat lighting effects too with that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, up on our site, if you go to our site, which is www.dwarvin.com, and you go to our customer showcase, what I've tried to do is put together a whole load of customers' images up there. And there's one where a guy has actually done a beautiful neon sign over a cinema. So it's actually a Woodland Scenic Cinema. But what he did was he put our fiber through, he scraped it so that, in fact, he scraped it so that there was less scraping at the beginning, more at the end, some more, so the light was pretty uniform coming out of it. And it's a great shot. I was yet to meet him and find out how he actually did it and let me see his layout a bit more closely. It's actually an N scale, so you'll see that on the showcase.
Cool. So you just cut the fiber with regular shears, anything special, just flush cutters?
Just, yeah. So never use something that's got a blunt or an end that just cuts like that. So normally wire cutters are going to be cutting like that. You want a shearing action, and it just slices it. So you can use the end of a set of wire strippers. I actually use a zircon tool. The other is if you're laying it on a bench, the best tool to use is an X-Acto knife. Just go slice through it. What you'll do is you just look at the end and you see it's a nice shiny end. We're done.
Cool. What's the is there any distance limitations to the fiber?
That's a great question because yeah, people often want to know, well, can I run it through my layout? Can I run it 30 foot even? So it's funny when I'm at a show, Brooks, one of the things we do, we always have a piece of 30-foot fiber hanging up. We stick one end into the lamplighter, the other end sort of shine it at the person. They go, oh, that's plenty of light. And the reason is, I mean, that's why fibers are used for transmitting the data. The data we're probably using right now is over fiber, because once the light gets into it, it isn't coming out easily. That's the beauty of the fiber, actually. The difficult part is getting the light in. That's my invention. Then it just runs through it. So that's sort of, it's just then plug and play, so to speak.
So you're just selling the light source itself, and you can source the fiber from other places, or do you sell that as well?
Yep, you can source it from other places. What I found though was the fiber that we buy, and I'll show you that. It's actually from Japan. I have to buy it about a mile of it. In fact, this is the it comes on a huge big reel. And so what we do is we take that and we cut it down into 30-foot pieces, so that it comes, looks something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that way, or we can, a customer yesterday just bought 100-foot of it, right? So we just wind it up for 100-foot length. But you have to be really careful. We did buy some Chinese fiber one time, and then we ended up finding that if we took this and we did not touch it, I want to go for so we decided to go for the top of the line stuff, because it's just not worth messing with it. Just have good stuff.
So how would you get the fiber comes up in one of those little light poles, say like the crossing flash, or how would you get that to bend 90 degrees to come out?
Hey, that's a great question too. So, I went on the internet and I went, okay, so how am I going to bend fiber? And the answer came out, oh, it's easy. You just use a hot air gun. Well, if you're smart, you cook spaghetti. So what I tried to do is I just, boiled some water, stuck some fiber in it, and I stuck it in a tube at first just to see what would happen. Absolutely straight as a die, because when it comes off a roll, it's always somewhat curved. So I said, okay, good. So you can actually use then boiling water or very hot water to do that. So to make a good bend, what I do is I'll take a piece of aluminum tubing and I'll put one piece down here and I'll put another piece at the end, put it into some boiling water and just push it against a wall until I get the bend I want. And I can put it at the other end into my lamplighter so I can see that I'm not bending it too sharp. Because too sharp and you will lose light, of course. But if it's not too sharp, you can get a really nice, easy bend out of it. And once you pull it out of the water, it cools off almost instantly, and it's going to stay that way. So great question for that.
Cool. Well, I got two more questions I'd really like to cover because I think they'd be important. What about dimming? How would you go about dimming the source coming out?
Got it. So when I'm looking at my lights here, for example, if I want to dim a light back there, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove the fiber slightly out of the lamplighter. So it's very manual. I can't do it automatically at this stage on that, but I can at least do it fairly quickly from the light source. So it's, in fact, when I first did a presentation, somebody asked me that and I said, oh yeah, I can't do that. And then I realized, oh, you fool, of course you can. You just,
Okay, last question. So it looks like there's some Christmas lights in the pub.
Yeah.
What size fiber would you use for that? And then also, how would you go about coloring the ends? Can you do different colors on the ends?
yeah, so very easily. So what I did is I used a 1 millimeter fiber there. And all I did was I took a pair of these nippers and I just sort of go around it slightly and I'm damaging the fiber. And so light starts to escape from those damaged places. And then I just grabbed some Tamiya paints, some translucent paints, green, red, in half an hour, I got my whole pub lit with about 100, what looks like 100 LEDs sitting on it. So pretty simple.
Yeah. Yeah. And trying to run wires for that many LEDs would be a nightmare.
Try soldering them. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I paint it first. I paint the fiber, then I nick it, then I just paint it. Job's
Yeah,
done.
and we were talking about the great application for this is you can get light into places where it'd be very hard to run a light, you know, or put an LED in. So, you know,
Right.
this product's really innovative.
So I'll give you one example. So here's our flasher unit that we've got, which I think I mentioned just a moment ago. This one, right?
Mhm.
And I've got it doing different types of lighting, but I've got a train signal back here. I don't know if you can box. I don't know if you can with the railroad cross. Got that. We'll then have trigger systems, both from model train technology and Iowa scaled, and that way you can have the whole shooting match all in
Cool.
one box.
Cool. Well, we're out of time here, and we need to go so we can get the next clinic. Welcome back. I'm here with the next presenter on the NMRA Gateway X. Our next presenter is Jim Klein. He's the member of the Nutmeg Division NMRA since 2013, secretary of the Farmington Valley Railway Society, and board member of the Canton Historical Museum. He's a retired training supervisor for Honeywell Fire Systems, models in HO, and his home layout is undergoing preliminary right-of-way leasing talks. So take it away, Jim.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the leasing talks aren't going so well, so we'll see how that works out. But anyway, all right, we're going to run a short video here. Won't take too long. And essentially what I'm going to do is describe to you what is happening here. And as you can see, we have a crossing signal. We've got a strobe going off in the background, an arc welder happening right there next to the guy trying to shield himself, etc. There's all sorts of animations happening, and it's all being done with a component called a NeoPixel. A NeoPixel is a smart LED, and you're able to do everything on a single wire. In other words, the NeoPixels are wired up one after the other in daisy chain fashion. And it allows you to do all sorts of things. You can adjust the intensity of the light. You can adjust the color. You can make timings such as you're seeing here to simulate occupation of a particular room. The timings that you're seeing here are operating very, very quickly. I sped it up so that it could be illustrated, but there are all sorts of effects that you can do with the NeoPixel. It's being driven by an Arduino, and it could be driven by other things, but for my particular situation over to Farmington Valley Railway Society, we decided to use the Arduino, and I'll get into that in just a few slides here. One of the neat things, we have a harbor scene, and you're able to make a breathable light, so to speak, like you see on a lighthouse. Geez, I can't. To illuminate model railroad structures. You might recognize this logo of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad. I'm the secretary of the Farmington Valley Railway Society, and we model what was once part of the New Haven line circa 1900. And shamelessly adapted the New York, New Haven, and Hartford logo for our own. The Farmington Valley Railway Society Club is located in the Canton Historical Museum's building in Collinsville, Connecticut. We designed, constructed, and maintain a diorama for the museum that depicts the town of Collinsville during the peak of the Collins Axe Company. On the right is the crown, arm, and hammer logo, which was the Collins Axe Company logo. The triple trestle bridge that you see in the photograph crossed the mill pond formed when the Collins Axe Company placed a dam across the Farmington River to provide water power to operate the machinery. Today, only the piers of the bridge remain after the bridge was washed away during the 1955 flood. The Collins Axe Company ceased operation in the mid-60s, but most of the company buildings remain to this day. All right, so what's up with this? When I retired, my wife and I downsized, excuse me, and since nothing is ever perfect when you move, it was decided that the kitchen cabinets needed to be lighted. We looked at various options and nothing suited me. I don't particularly care for fluorescence, and I'm very concerned for the halogen hockey puck style because of the heat that they generate. My wife and I looked at LED strips, but at the time the cost seemed way too high. I'm cheap to begin with. So I started surfing the web and stumbled on a model railroad YouTube video that another railroad club put together showing how they illuminated the structures on their layout. That club is the Oklahoma Model Railroad Association, and their website homepage is pictured here. In the upper left corner, I placed the YouTube link that's not normally on their splash page or their homepage, as you see it here. That doesn't belong, but I wanted to provide you the link for that particular video. It takes about 18 or 19 minutes, and you'll see this link again at the end of this clinic. What attracted me to the NeoPixel concept is that a NeoPixel can produce different colors of light, as seen here. This Walther Station front portico has a patriotic lighting scheme, red, white, and blue. What makes the NeoPixel even more attractive to use is that if it is later decided that that front portico should be lighted different with a different color, it's not necessary to physically remove those LEDs. A simple program change is all that is required. Here's a tip. If you're going to be lighting the interiors of your building, and especially if you're going to have a scene inside, make certain that as you're constructing your models, you exercise caution. You don't want glue, paint, or other substances on the window glazing, spoiling the effect. The camera does indeed see everything. And another point is to check for unwanted light leakage. Notice that the two side door thresholds are showing a narrow gap and light is leaking out from underneath the doors. A small piece of styrene cut to the proper length and glued inside should do the trick. As you'll see later, the roof of this station lifts off and we can easily gain access into the interior. This is a view of that same station at the rear passenger platforms. Note the different shades or tone of the color output of the lights. The station interior has a very harsh industrial effect, while the station platforms are much more subdued and softer. Again, this is a function of how the NeoPixels are programmed. All the NeoPixels shown here are the same part number. There's not different NeoPixels scattered throughout the wiring here. It's all the same identical part number. The changing in light or the differences in light is all done through programming. Another benefit when using NeoPixels is their low profile. They fit discreetly under this passenger platform. The columns of the roofs were used as wire chases to route the wires to the underside of the table. A little point of interest, the roofs were built using O-scale boxcar roofs, and the columns were constructed out of brass. In addition to the Collinsville diorama in the front of the museum, the Farmington Valley Railway Society has a freelance club layout circa 1950 to 1970 or thereabouts of New England. And that's to the rear of the museum diorama. This train station is part of the freelance layout, train station that we just looked at. Shown here is a stake body truck with a front end suspension problem parked alongside a loading dock at a factory in the Shopeville industrial section of our layout. Notice the factory windows and roof over the loading dock area. The factory building in the background has NeoPixels installed as well, and each floor is set up on a random schedule to turn that floor's lighting on and off to simulate activity. A comparison of the same scene, but with the dock lighting changed to higher intensity. Notice how the light creates a realistic shadow on the pavement of the truck stakes. I was experimenting with different light levels of the layout room's lighting to see what effect it had on the visitor experience and how a camera would react to that level of light. As I mentioned earlier, the layout is in a public space, and we can't reduce the room light appreciably out of safety concerns for the visiting public. This then makes it necessary to have the structure lighting fairly bright. The higher the intensity of the room's lights, the more intense you need to make your layout lights in order for the effect to come across. This photo was taken just before we finished the ground cover. It's not meant to depict snow, even though it is a New England scene. The Shopeville industrial section is shown. Dramatic effects are possible, such as the car barn in the center white building, where I installed 2 NeoPixels in the car shed. The loading docks at ground level on the left and at trackside on the right illustrates the ability to make very nice changes as well. Now, for an off-topic question, this deals with op sessions. We're just getting ready to go into operating sessions at the Farmington Valley Railway Society. In this section of the layout, there are 2 spurs serving multiple separate industries. The spur to the right serves 6 companies. How do you handle spotting or picking up cars without upsetting industries whose cars are not yet ready to be moved? I'm sure that occurs prototypically all the time. So let's talk about how we install NeoPixels. Pictured is a photograph of a neopixel next to a dime to give you an idea of what its size is. When you order neopixels, they are shipped to you on a 10 by 10 matrix with score lines on both sides to facilitate removal, sort of like crackers get broken away out of their carriers. The top and bottom of each neopixel is silkscreened with information, such as data direction, which is very important when you're wiring things up, and the pin designations as well. If you look closely, you'll see the score lines. The neopixels break off fairly easy, but care still needs to be exercised when you break them away. When you solder the wires to the solder pads, I work one column at a time. I do 10 down because it's much easier having that whole unit complete. Wire the wires, then break the neopixels away. It works out much easier that way. Initially, I tried to install neopixels in structures by attaching them directly to the ceiling, and that didn't work out very well. So in my shop, I had some scrap strips, and I experimented with attaching the neopixels to the strip and then attaching the strip to the structure, and that seemed to work out well. The dimensions shown work well for HO structures. Generally, a single neopixel has enough power to illuminate a single room, but as shown in the earlier photos, factory buildings will need more than one neopixel to effectively light a building during daylight. Another trick that I learned was to thread the wire through a plastic coffee stirrer in order to hide the wires. I try to dress the wires in corners of the structures because, as you will find, once an interior is illuminated, you can see all the internal flaws. So if you have wires sort of flopping around in there, it's not going to look very nice. Wires enter and exit the same hole in the bottom of the structure. Note the use of hot glue to keep wiring in place. One side benefit with using hot glue is that you can add realistic spider webs to your scene. Underside of structure showing the cable hole. Note when using a corner of a building to locate the wire cable exit, be very careful when you drill the hole in the tabletop. We've modified this particular standard at the FVRS. Originally, we were intending to span the difference between the structures with an interconnect cable, and I'll show you that later. We now make the tails that extend through the table long enough to mate with the structure's upstream neighbor and downstream neighbor. Neopixels are configured in serial fashion. The 3-wire cable has plus 5 volts, ground, and data. We now use the interconnect cable to feed power to the string from the 5-volt bus. This is a drawing showing a trinket controller. It's one of many Arduino style of microcontrollers. As a matter of fact, it was the trinket that was illustrated in the Oklahoma Railroad Club that I first found out about this. A 5-volt power supply is needed, and you can use a large capacity power supply or wall wart in order to power the neopixels. One neopixel operating at full brightness requires approximately 60 milliamperes of current. For every amp of supply current, approximately 80 neopixels can be powered. Note that power feeds from the 5-volt bus are required, similar to how we power track from a bus. This is a shot of Shopeville, the main street in Shopeville. Riverview East is the town, the next town over. And the main street is with several merchant buildings illuminated. This is during the progress as we were going through doing this. From the rear, and this you're closest to the fascia here on this particular peninsula, so you're getting a shot of the rear buildings, the rear of the buildings. And this is a look underneath as to how the wiring is connected from one building to the next. They are connected to each other with connectors, and I have part numbers and stuff like that later on in this presentation that if you want to buy these connectors, you can. They're very inexpensive. So the extension cable that I was referring to earlier, here's a drawing of it. The cable was constructed with a male connector and a female connector, sort of like an ordinary extension cable. The connectors that we use are pre-wired with 6-inch long leads. I have a page at the end of this clinic with a list of the parts and part numbers, which I just said, along with the latest prices from the web. This building was featured in the short video at the start of the clinic. It uses 4 NeoPixels installed within 4 rooms. A simple partition was constructed out of thin wall corrugated from a box. Styrene and other materials can also be used, but since corrugated is essentially free and easily worked, I chose to use that. Like I said, I'm cheap. I start the installation by first fitting the partition assembly to verify it works. Next, I install the top floor light strip to the ceiling or roof. Then I insert the second light strip through a small mouse hole that I cut in the partition. And finally, I install the partition into the structure. With this structure, it wasn't necessary to glue the partition to hold it in place. I lucked out. I was able to measure properly, and I got the right fit, nice snug interference fit. Before a completed structure is placed on the layout, excuse me, it is prudent to testify and it is prudent to test and verify that all NeoPixels are functioning. One other thing we do is power up the building's NeoPixel string before it gets installed in the structure. There's nothing worse than wiring everything up, installing it in the building, putting power to it, and finding out you've got something wired wrong or whatever. It's very discouraging. All the buildings that I'll show you tonight were previously assembled and have been on the layout for several years, sometimes decades. This building is one of those shown earlier along Shopeville Main Street. When I removed it from the layout, it literally fell apart in 2 halves, as seen here. The glued had dried out. So one of the first things that you need to do is inspect the structures for deficiencies. This building is obviously further along in the installation process, but I wanted to draw your attention to how the floor and ceilings were supported. Look closely and you will observe that there is thin corrugated material glued along the side walls. You can see my pointer there. This will help support the floors / ceilings when I fold it all back together again and glue it up. The original roofing material was way too thin and it allowed light to leak out. I placed another ceiling directly below it to prevent that from happening. Which brings up another point. Before you start installing lighting in a building, it should be evaluated for light leakage around seams, etc. Place a light inside the building, turn off your workroom lights, and evaluate it for leaks and repair where necessary. I use thin poster material to seal the bottoms. It also helps to have a white reflective floor because I'm mounting these LEDs on the ceiling, so they're shining down. It hits the floor and reflects back up and spreads the light much better. Another benefit of that, putting that floor in place, is that it helps to seal the leakage around the foundation. If you don't sculpt out a small area for a foundation for your buildings, if they sit directly on the top of your ground cover, any imperfection is going to be seen with light leakage. Okay, the next building was a meat market, and this building's front facade came loose, so this required a somewhat different approach for installing the NeoPixels. The original builder had installed decorated walls and a partition between the storefront and the back room. However, there were no people and the floor was just a train top table. I set up a grid pattern using Microsoft Excel and printed off a tile floor, which I white glued to a piece of poster board for the floor. I used a piece of wood scrap and painted it to resemble a counter. Next, I glued in place a customer and Pete, the proprietor, behind the counter. As I had access to the top as well as the front, I decided to make compartment-style sleeves to hold the lighting strips and define the interior spaces. Note the arrows penciled in to show data flow of the NeoPixels. This helps as you're wiring things up. You need to follow that data path, or that data path. Then I dry fitted the compartments before installing the light strips just to make sure everything fit. I wired everything up, and in this particular case, I installed the lighting through the above partition, if you will, to make it look more or less like pot lights, or simulate pot lights. So the building is complete, and it demonstrates the need to either not use glazing film for windows or not install windows at all in structures that will be scenic inside. The storefront window here has the added challenge of the sign further obstructing the interior scene. Luckily, where this building is located, it is not very visible where it is placed on the layout. The distance from the viewer to this particular scene, flat on, or front on, I should say, is about 4 feet. The likelihood of you being able to see inside this particular building, this storefront, is very, very low. Most people don't even realize there's anything in there, which works out well because this particular scene with that heavily glazed window, you really can't see what's going on the inside very well. Excuse me. The last building is the Midfield train station that we saw earlier. It has a very large interior space and has the most NeoPixels installed of any building on the layout. There are 29 NeoPixels total in this structure. It has a central waiting room with side wings. I used long wood strips that were hung from the extra support beams placed near the ceiling area to mount the NeoPixels. Note that the walls are painted black to prevent light leakage through the walls. Most models will have some amount of translucence. They're not opaque. And the higher luminosity that you have of your lighting source, the more you're going to see that effect of walls allowing light to leak through. The 2 light bars for the station after assembly. Prior to installing the NeoPixels, I spray painted the light bars white rather than just leaving them natural pine color. The light bars installed. We still have some more work to do here yet. And after the interior light bars were installed, the rear roof and side portico awning NeoPixels were installed. These NeoPixels are a little different in that they are made on a strip of flex circuit, and they can be cut away with a pair of scissors. The solder tabs are located on the top, and it makes it very easy to solder the connections after the NeoPixels are glued in place. Again, make note of the data direction arrow. The reason why these particular NeoPixels are great for this application is that you can glue them in place first, and then using very, very thin gauge wire, you can cut them exactly to the length you need, strip them, and route them along, and they will fit tightly against the underside of the roof. Excuse me, unless you're directly below and looking up, you'll never see the wiring or the. After 5 3/16-inch holes were drilled between the columns to make a pot light style installation. And there's the finished product. So, in the interest of full disclosure, I am not a software engineer. Yes, I have attended a programming class or two, and that makes me somewhat dangerous. I have on occasion been told to back away from the keyboard. There is a difference between writing a program and programming. We program our thermostats. We program our smartphones to sound an alarm to wake us up. We program CVs into our decoders. We did not write the code that makes it possible to program our thermostats, smartphones, or decoders. Okay, understood. But how do you get NeoPixels to produce the different colors? NeoPixel is 3 LEDs in one package. In addition, inside each NeoPixel is a controller, which receives brightness information from a microcontroller such as an Arduino. There is a red, green, and blue LED in each NeoPixel package, and by mixing the intensities, brightness, of the 3 LEDs, you can create over 60,000 different colors. The range of intensity for each of the 3 LED ranges from a 0, which is completely off, to 255, which is full brightness. In order to have one neopixel produce a different color from another neopixel in the same string, the Arduino needs to be able to identify each neopixel in the string. Thus, each neopixel has a unique numeric address that identifies where it is in the string. The LCD here is displaying the information for the neopixel at address number 3. Neopixel addressing starts at 0 and increments up from there. The first neopixel in the string next to the Arduino is address 0, and the further down the string you go, the higher the address. The demonstration video you saw at the beginning of this clinic had several animation effects beyond just setting a specific color for each neopixel. And that is another piece of information that the Arduino uses to generate the data to cause the effect. I use a spreadsheet to manually record each neopixel settings as well as the building's location on the layout. Farmington Valley Railway Society's first controller to run neopixels was the Trinket as shown in the earlier drawing and also used by the Oklahoma Railroad Club. While the Trinket is small and it is limited in what it can do, specifically if it became necessary to change the color of a neopixel, I would need to hook up the Trinket to a computer, open up the sketch, change whatever I needed to in the sketch, and then re-download the sketch into the neopixel, into the Trinket, excuse me, and that was a bit cumbersome. In its current form, the controller can program a string of 250 neopixels, the controller you're seeing here. They do not need to be programmed one after the other by the user. If I know the address of the neopixel I want to change, the keyboard will allow me to bypass all the other addresses and program that one particular neopixel. Once I'm finished, I save the settings to non-volatile memory. To make the program effort easier and user-friendly, I set up a larger unit using a Metro Mini from Adafruit Industries and is similar in functionality to an Uno. In a self-contained console with LCD screen and controls as seen here, the color of the neopixel and its animation type are easily changed right at the layout. Also, if an addition is made to the string, it requires no programming expertise other than being able to use this keyboard console. The keyboard internals showing the LCD screen, color and brightness controls, switches, etc. The idea is to have a detachable keyboard that can be used for each neopixel module located under the train table. It is anticipated that the total count of those modules will exceed 7 by the Farmington Valley Railway Society, and by having a detachable keyboard yields an economy. We do have that many buildings. We're anticipating installing somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 neopixels by the time we're totally finished our project. The Metro Mini that is installed in this module base will be located under the train table. The red, green, and white wires that you see to the right there connect to the first neopixel, and that is the only connection to the neopixel. The silver-colored DB15 connector is the keyboard console cable, and to the right of that are the 4 control and ground wires that we use to activate up to 4 independent crossing light installations, as you saw in the video. The complete system lists neopixels, detachable keyboard, cable, and control module. In the back there, near the oscilloscope, you can see the next module that I'm was getting ready to wire up. I need to make 7 of these. Yeah, but suppose I want to write my own program. Well, that's a good question. Let's start with what I like to call the barroom napkin method of design. No, we're not going to write a program to launch a space shuttle. Rather, let's examine a crossing gate and its lights and what would be needed to program them to operate. In the Arduino world, a program is referred to as a sketch. This will be a very abbreviated look at writing Arduino code. A somewhat more detailed look is given in the clinic preparing to program an Arduino. And there are a ton of tutorials, YouTube videos, you name it. There are a bunch of people working with Arduinos. So there's a beautiful community, large community that can help you in your efforts. So if we look at describing what happens at a crossing gate, when the crossing gate is active, the left lamp is going to be off, the right lamp is going to be on. We're going to delay for a half a second. The left lamp is going to be on, then the right lamp is going to be off, and we're going to delay for a half a second, and then we're just going to do this forever. However, we only want to turn the lights on when a train is coming into the crossing, and we need a method to keep the lights off when there is no train. If we don't, then there will be a lot of angry automobile drivers. By using a conditional statement, we can do just that. Take notice that the code has grown somewhat. The first line starts with if, followed by a condition statement, then an open curly braces. Next, the sequence for turning on and off the lights, we just discussed, followed by a closed curly brace after the second delay. So what does that mean? To start with, we write sketches in top-down fashion, and the Arduino executes in the same manner. The first thing we encounter is the if statement. That's used to determine the active state of the crossing. If the crossing is active, the Arduino will execute the code that is contained between the curly braces. On the other hand, if the crossing is inactive, meaning there's no train, then the Arduino will skip the code contained between the braces. The next two lines are an insurance policy to make certain that both lights are off before the code repeats and performs another test on the status of the crossing. We need to identify the function that the pins on the Arduino are going to perform. In general, the Arduino Uno has a total of 22 pins that can be configured by the sketch as either inputs, information coming into the Arduino, or outputs, the Arduino sending out information. There are actually other functions for the pins, but the basics of the 22 pins are input, output. Lucky for us, we only need to define the pins that we will be using and not worry about any unused pins. There is an external signal coming from an occupancy detector that tells the Arduino when a train is in the crossing area, which will be configured as an input. The left lamp and the right lamp will each need to have an individual pin configured as an output. By using defines, a descriptive word can be assigned to a number. This word assignment makes it easier to read a sketch rather than having to remember what a pin number stands for. Next, the pin is configured as an input or an output as required by our code. So the sketch here is almost complete, but it's not quite ready for download to the Arduino. In order to write and download a sketch to the Arduino, a compiler is required to take the human readable code that we just created and convert it to Arduino readable code. The mechanism for that is called an IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment. And it is provided free with the Arduino programming software. In the example, there are 3 sections to the IDE. The top section is where defines, libraries, etc. are placed. Next down is the setup area where the sketch identifies specifics about pins and variables. Finally is the loop area where the main body of the code resides, and that's where we'll put our pseudocode. The setup area executes one time, but the loop continuously runs or repeats until a sketch is reset or the Arduino is powered down by the program as well as other attributes. Also, if there are any problems during the compile process, this area will attempt to provide information on the cause of the problem. For example, improper capitalization. This particular sketch can now be downloaded to the Arduino using a simple USB cable connected to your computer and connected to the Arduino. This sketch is simple. It helps to have a schematic of the hardware hookup that is being implemented. As the complexity of the tasks grow, a schematic becomes invaluable. So we only have 3 pins that we're using here out of the 22 possible. It's fairly easy to just remember this stuff and not worry about making a drawing. But I strongly advise that you make a drawing for yourself, even if it's a hand sketch. It doesn't have to be done up, in formal fashion, but make a sketch so you know what's going on, what your pin selections are. It'll help. Throughout this discussion on programming, we used individual pins on the Arduino to activate the right and left crossing lamps using the standard red LEDs, but this is a clinic on NeoPixels. As stated earlier, NeoPixels are connected in series, which means we only need one pin on the Arduino to act as a data output pin to communicate with a string of NeoPixels. Additionally, a NeoPixel library is required within the sketch that provides the Arduino with a proper NeoPixel communication format. NeoPixels receive their data much the same way an old-time bucket brigade transported buckets of water down a serial line of volunteers to get water to a fire. Granted, this is an oversimplification and not exactly correct, but helps to illustrate the point as to how the NeoPixels actually receive their individual data. So what you're looking at here is the syntax, as you've heard, of how you set up to talk to or communicate to an individual NeoPixel. It's required that you have pixel.setPixelColor. That's the way the code is written for the NeoPixel library. After you open the parenthesis, that 0 digit is actually the address place. So we're showing right now address 0 will be the very first NeoPixel. And then the colors in the NeoPixel will be red, green, blue. In this particular case, because 255 is full bright, we have a full bright red, a full bright green, and a full bright blue, which will yield the color white. If we decided not to include blue and instead of 255 make the blue LED 0, then you would have red and green on it full bright, which would be more or less yellow. I hedge on that because I'm part of that 20% group of the males in this world that suffer from color blindness. So certain things are a little difficult for me to identify for color. So when it comes from comparison of the two different sketches. On the left side is the sketch for the crossing lights using ordinary red LEDs. On the right side is the same sketch, but using NeoPixels. Notice how similar they look and that each sketch follows our original pseudocode example. There are some additional items at the top of the program for NeoPixels, specifically the NeoPixel library. And again, these libraries, everything out there is there. It's free. So you go to various places, whether it's GitHub, Adafruit Industries. That's the one I'm using for these NeoPixels. It's the NeoPixel program, or excuse me, the library from Adafruit, and they have a separate website. They're also up on GitHub. So anyway, you need these specific items for the library, for instance, and in order for your code to be able to work. NeoPixels will not work unless you have this library. And as you look at the NeoPixel side, the right-hand side here, we had to identify what our output pin would be. That's going to be pin 13. We're defining how many pixels are going to be in our string. Now, to keep it simple or less complex, I only chose 2 NeoPixels to be our entire string. That number could be 250. And as a matter of fact, on that console I showed you, that's the number of pixels for that console, 250. Next down is where the Adafruit NeoPixel library defines the things and the order, the syntax order of how the address and the intensity information for each one of the 3 pixels is arranged. We then have where we're defining the text version of the numbers. Crossing is still 12, as we outlined before, and we're going to have left light as a 1 and a right light as a 0. We go ahead and set up the input, and then we tell the NeoPixel library to begin. Pixels.begin is part of that library, and it says now, okay, we're going to start communicating to these NeoPixels. We can get down into the loop, and same thing applies. train crosses, when the crossing switch closes from that occupancy detector, we then start and we will make sure that we don't have any pixels on the left light illuminated, or that pixel will not be illuminated, but the right light will. And the only thing that we are programming for that neopixel on the right is the red LED at full 255. We delay for 500 milliseconds, which is a half a second. We then go ahead and we turn the left light on and the right light off. Wait another 500 milliseconds. We drop down into this insurance policy area that I spoke of earlier. We make sure both of these LEDs are off, and then we flip back up to the top and repeat. So, taking the next step. The concept for the Arduino is that of a learning platform. It's a very robust tool that will allow the beginner to experiment with the different aspects of writing a program that meet a desired outcome. It is actually more than a code learning device. It will also force the student to consider non-software mechanical items as well. Now, time for a challenge. Consider this. In addition to the lights flashing at the crossing when a train approaches, we already have that covered. How about installing an operating gate that lowers and then raises? What else needs to be added to the crossing gate sketch in order to operate the gate's lowering and raising mechanism? Assume that the motor is a DC motor and that there are upper and lower limit switches to prevent the motor from overdriving the gate in either direction. Also, what about the opposing traffic? What about their signal gate? Can it all be accomplished with a single Arduino Uno? For example, are there enough I/O pins to accomplish the task? So as you can see, you can build on these things and really start developing your horizons. The cost of entry into the world of controllers is relatively modest. There are so many potential ideas that are waiting to come to life. And for $23, you can get a genuine Arduino. There are some knockoffs out there that are at a cheaper price, and I've used them both, and so far, knock on wood, haven't had any issues. You download the IDE, it's free of charge. You go out to Arduino, and you will be able to download for the various platforms as you see here. It's not just Windows, it's also Mac you can download for. Here are the Kuhlmann NeoPixels that we use at the Farmington Valley Railway Society, and they come in a matrix, as I said before, a 10 by 10. There's the part number, and as you see, and I just pulled these screenshots earlier this week as I was finishing out this clinic. That was this week, $16. So it's 16 cents a piece. Now, granted, you're going to have to wire them up and things like that, but that's a very, very inexpensive LED. I remember back when I was first starting in electronics, a red LED was over $1.50 just by itself. That goes back a long, long time. Now, I had mentioned about there at the Walters train station that I flipped over. We had the alcove area and the roofs, et cetera, that were outside sheltering the passengers as they went out to the platforms. That there was a different type of NeoPixel that I was using, and that's this strip. As a matter of fact, this is the strip that I bought to install underneath the cabinets for the kitchen cabinets. You can cut these to length. You can cut them by individual, by 2s, 3s, 20s, whatever. This particular one, it's 5 meters, a little over 16 feet, and there are 300 NeoPixels on this flexible circuit. It comes on a reel. The 3-pin female-male pair that I was showing you how we connected between structures. Again, $11 buys you 50 of these. 50 pair of these are already set up with pigtails. $11, you're talking 22 cents a pair for a locking connector system. Works out very well. You do need some heat shrink tubing, things like that when you wired up to make an extension cable, but still, it's very inexpensive. And it really helps to have an easy way to Frankenstein circuitry on the workbench. Do yourself a favor, and if you don't have one of these, get one. It's well worth it. So listed here are the links to the websites we discussed today, including the YouTube video from Oklahoma Railroad Club. Once the clinics have been recorded, you'll be able to play, then pause these to copy down the information. Before closing, I would like to make an appeal that you give serious thought to presenting a clinic of your own at the division, region, or national level. Even if you're not a member of the NMRA, you can still give a clinic, and we greatly appreciate it. For your information, NeoPixels could also be installed in signal masts and controlled by JMRI. I want to thank you for your attention today. I hope you found this information informative.
Well, thank you, Jim. That was a great presentation. We didn't have many questions on the chat.
Just a second.
Oh,
That should do it.
But we do have 5 minutes, so if anybody has any questions, just put them in, and we'll try to answer them as we go. I did think of a few questions myself.
Go ahead.
So, can you run the NeoPixels off of Raspberry Pi, or is there other controllers out there that you could use besides Arduino?
Yeah, I haven't experimented at all with Arduino. I'm sorry, with Raspberry Pi. I've only used Arduino, but yes, there are. As a matter of fact, earlier when you were doing the round robin or the round table,
yeah,
Speed was talking about those signals that he has operating behind him. Same type of deal through JMRI.
Yeah. What's the typical power draw on a single NeoPixel?
Well, it's 60 mils at max brightness.
Okay.
So, and that gets divided up equally between the 3 LEDs. It's red, green, blue. Each of them run at 20 mils when they're at full bright. So in the case where I had the crossing signals just using red, it's only 1/3 of that, or 20 mils per NeoPixel.
Okay. Is there any voltage drop the more pixels that you add to there, and how do you address that?
Yeah, basically you address it the same way you do with your track bus. You know, you go so far down the track and then you drop a bus, and you go so far and you drop a bus and drop a bus, and you have a very heavy bus that carries the 5 volts power. And for us, with the systems that we're using at 250 NeoPixels, per controller, we're looking at about a 20 amp supply for those. So it is important for you, and you do get a voltage drop.
Okay.
And you also get a noticeable change in the color temperature of the NeoPixel.
Oh.
Because the red NeoPixels, as the case seems to be all the time, the red NeoPixels tend to maintain their brightness longer than the other two. Green and blue are less efficient. Red's more efficient. So if you start getting a voltage drop, you're going to see the hue of the light changing to a reddish color.
Have you seen anybody or had any thoughts about using this for layout lighting? With the changing color, I could see that you could easily simulate, going from dusk to dawn with the shift in the colors.
Yeah, the possibilities of this are quite awesome. And if for instance, over at the club, because it's a museum, we really can't, as I said, we can't dim the lights down too far. But if we could, if I had a situation where I would run a layout at dusk, I could put these in a backdrop, and I could do a flickering starlight effect. As a matter of fact, that would be very, very interesting. They took some, it's not cotton candy, but it's cotton, some LEDs to do some like lightning flashes inside the cloud, and the cotton diffuses that flash very nicely and does make a nice effect.
Like standard LED.
Well, these are in a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter package, and I believe that is the, and don't quote me here, I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's the only package size right now for this particular NeoPixel.
Okay.
What you saw, 50 millimeter square is not very big. The actual PC card, that dime size PC card, actually is another times larger than that. And because you need a capacitor and a resistor on that card in order for the controller to work. It's some external parts that are needed to make it work. So that's real.
Pin to drive a second string.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, in the kitchen cabinet lighting, I have 5 sections of lighting. There's 2 sets of cabinets that have lighting above, and then 3 cabinets with underneath. And I have it set up so I can individually control them. And I actually have 2 strings operating there from 2 different pins on the Arduino.
Cool. Would the slides be available to download in order for the people to study the diagrams that you had in there?
As a matter of fact, yes, I can do that, and I can put those up in PDF. So okay. I can do that. I can put all that together because I gave this clinic at out in Syracuse last September, and that was actually my handout.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, that'll conclude this hour of the Gateway or NMRA Gateway X, and we appreciate you, Jim, having coming on and sharing with us NeoPixels. So,
well, it was my pleasure, and again, you guys are doing a great job here, in spite of the glitches that we all know have happened. But this is really a great program that you're doing. It's coming out awesome. So thank you very much for the offer.
Yeah.
All right.
Welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next presenter, if you don't know him yet, started soldering at the age of 7. Ham radio operator, KXOE. Bachelor's, master's degree in electronic engineering. He even taught it in college. Claims to be relatively new to model railroading. Yeah, right. But he also founded Lichtfield Station, well known for DCC. Welcome to Mr. DCC, MMR number 574, Mr. Bruce Petrarca.
Thanks, Speed, and welcome everybody. Let's jump right into the clinic here, and we're going to talk today about the ABCs of consisting or consisting, depending on how you want to say it. I wrote the DCC Impulses column for Model Railroad Hobbyist for many years, and I got a lot of information about DCC in there, and I started thinking about putting it into a book, just taking everything and writing a book, and it came out to be a really huge thing, and some stuff was really dated and that sort of thing. So needs a lot of changes. So I'm working on that now, calling it the ABCs of DCC. And this is a bit of it about consisting. If you go to my website, which is mrdccu.com for Mr. DCC's University, you'll see here the MRH magazine page mentioned or on the header. If you click on that, there's a whole index to the columns that I've written, and you just click on the dates and it'll take you out and you can read what I've written, and it's a good way to learn a lot about DCC. So for today's discussion, what is consisting? Well, in prototype practice, the makeup of a train is called the consist. What cars are on it, what locomotives are on it, etc. And model railroaders use that term to refer to running some locomotives together, and we use it, as a noun, as a verb, as an adjective. So, it's like, okay, so what about? Well, let's talk about how to make locomotives run together easily on one throttle with DCC. That's the part we're going to discuss here today. One of the biggest things you can have for successful consists is to have matched locomotives. The closer they are to being matched, the better. And I'm not talking about just speed matching. The brand, the model, the vintage will make speed matching easier. So will the decoder manufacturer, model, and settings. And also, if you're mixing sound and non-sound locomotives, it's really good to use manufacturers' products of a similar vintage and the same manufacturer's products. In other words, if you have a Soundtrax decoder in your sound locomotive, it will run better and easier if you have a Soundtrax non-sound decoder, say in a B unit running behind the A unit, that sort of thing. Partially because what I do in a situation like that is I get one locomotive running the way I want it to be, the sound locomotive, and I get all the settings set up, and then I write exactly the same settings using JMRI into the B unit and just change the address if I'm going to use a different address. Also, some decoders, noticeably some of the Digitrax decoders, change the way they operate when you're running in a consist versus when you're not, and if you're using advanced consisting. So you want to be, if you're having some issues, you might want to check on that. Just a kind of a word to the wise. There's really three basic methods of consisting. Basic, which is like kind of a brute force method. DCC system assisted, where the DCC system remembers all the information. It's called universal consisting. And then there's advanced consisting, which is basically involves the decoder itself and that. So let's talk about brute force, number one. This is where you take two or more decoders and put them in the same or different pieces of hardware. You're already doing this if you have like a sound decoder and a lighting decoder, and you put them in the tender and the boiler of a steam locomotive, and you assign the same address to them, you've just created a brute force consist, whether you realized it or not. The key there is, of course, they have to have the same address, and it has to be the same whether it's long or short. And and then you adjust the running direction of the decoders by flipping CV29, setting the direction of the locomotive if you want them to run like opposite directions in a back-to-back type consist. Once you set it up, it's brute force. Once you set it up, you've got them programmed. It works fine no matter what vintage or what system you're on, whatever else. Just you take it out and run it. That's a cool way to go. The advantages: any decoder that will support the addresses will work with it. Any system will work with it. And here's the big thing about it is it's impervious to system reset commands. Some of the other methods of consisting decoders, if you do a system reset, will wipe out the consist memory, and those will be gone. It's difficult to set it up and break it down. That's the disadvantage here. So it's that's the way to go. Universal, or it's also called by some manufacturers old style consisting. This is where you tell the DCC system what locomotives you're going to have out there, and it remembers which decoders are part of which consists. You assign it a consist address, and it all runs together. It's very, very important if you do this style of consisting that you break the consist apart on the layout where the consist was created before you take the decoders or take the locomotives off the layout, because everything is stored in the command station, and so you want to free up those positions in the command station, and also release the hold on those locomotives so that they can go on to other things. Again, any decoder will do, because as long as it'll run on the command station can talk to it, it'll work. It can use any address supported by the DCC system, and in fact, for example, Digitrax will support running a non-decoder equipped locomotive on address 0, and I have actually tested it out. And yeah, you can put address 0 in as one of the consist addresses. The issue there is that locomotives running on address 0, DC locomotives running on address 0, don't necessarily run as quickly as they would if they had a decoder in them. And so if its brethren are there, remember back to the rule 1 at the beginning. Match the locomotives. Well, it's hard to match locomotives that don't have decoders to ones that do have decoders. And the DCC systems will mostly automate the process for you. The disadvantage is every locomotive uses one slot, and the consist uses one slot. So if you have 4 locomotives in this old style consist, that uses up 5 slots in your DCC system. Well, for example, the early Zephyrs only had 10 slots. So it was really easy to run out of slots this way. Again, if you reset the system or you change the battery, you lose the consist information, and you want to break it down before you go. Advanced consisting, and this the number 3 method, is, I think, the most elegant way to do it, and it has more advantages available under certain DCC systems than others. We'll talk about that a bit later. It's decoder based, so it's very sensitive to the features and vintage of the decoders, because it was several years into DCC, probably in the mid to late 90s, where most manufacturers started supporting the use of a consist address. In the CV19 was what was selected for that. And then even later than that, they started talking about CV 21 and 22 for controlling functions that are active and how they're addressed within the consist. And so to have everything work well, you need a decoder that responds to all three of those CVs, 19, 21, and 22. There are ways to create an advanced consist not on the system, and if you create one and you pick up the same 2, 3, 4 whatever locomotives and you're running them on, say, consist address 100, and you pick them up and you take them over to another layout and you put them down and you call up address 100, they'll run on address 100 on the other layout. Not all systems will help you automate setting them up, and so that gets a bit tricky. They're also limited to only 26 consist addresses, 1 through 127, and they are short addresses, so that's a little restrictive, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. JMRI is really good at helping set this up when you're programming the locomotive, but it doesn't register the consist with your system, so you can't get as much information as you'd like, or it doesn't just automatically transfer on systems that don't set them up automatically. Let's see, I covered CVs 19, 21, 22. The decoder itself stores the information about what consist I belong to. So operating an advanced consist with your DCC system only uses one slot, just whatever the consist address is. The system doesn't know about all these different locomotives that are responding to that address. The decoders inside the locomotives are telling them what they should be doing based on what data is coming across the system, the DCC bus for them. And okay, this is what it looks like if you're working on it within JMRI, and this kind of shows you what's going on, and it's a little bit easier. I added the blue text on here to help explain what's going on. The yellow and the gray is what comes up in JMRI. In the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the consist address and direction. This is setting CV19, and this particular locomotive was on consist address of number 103, and it's running reversed. So if let's talk about an F unit, it would be when you say 103 go forward, it will go backwards. It will go in the opposite direction from where the cab is. So that's what those two settings mean. Some decoders allow you to set the consist momentum differently than the consist or than the momentum of the locomotive when it's not running in a consist. Where people use this is, for example, a road switcher. They'll put a modest amount of acceleration into the locomotive and then put a large amount of acceleration into the consist situation, so that when you have a big train behind it, you've got it consisted with other locomotives, and you're pulling lots of cars. It has more lag, and it runs more prototypically. If you leave 0 in those two numbers in the upper right hand corner, acceleration rate and braking rate, if you leave 0 in there, it will default to whatever you have set. Is what responds where. And if you look at the first two entries, the consist address activation for F0F in forward, that's function 0 going forward, will respond to the consist address. In other words, the headlight, if you have a headlight on there, will respond if you are talking to address 103. Now, the next one down is, what are you doing about F0R? For example, if you have a road switcher, that would tend to be the reverse headlight. By setting that to respond to the locomotive address only, you keep the system from having you going down the road with the light between the locomotives on, no matter which way it's going, because the system, the decoder will not turn on the rear light when you're talking to the consist address, which is the 103 address that was in the upper left. So that's the two big things. And you can control with JMRI. You can select function 0 through 12 and 0 forward and 0 reverse. So you've got 13 different functions that you can control, whether it's you talk to it on the locomotive address or on the consist address. It's a lot to swallow, but think about it, and I think it'll come around a little bit. The advantages to advanced consisting: some DCC systems will set it up and work very, very well with resulting consist. It's easy to set up with JMRI, or you can do it yourself by setting CV 19, 21, and 22 yourself and figuring out what they need to be, and programming it with a handheld throttle if you don't use JMRI. JMRI is a whole lot easier, or JMRI Decoder Pro, Panel Pro, going into the Decoder Pro section, they're all the same thing. But you may, now, if you're going to move these around between systems, you may need to write down somehow and remember the consist address, because if you get to another system and you don't know what the consist address is, you're going to have a tough time talking to those locomotives. Go through all 126 possibilities and see where it moves, perhaps. And it's impervious to system reset commands. The second thing, the universal consists are the only ones that really get wiped out by when you reset the system. Disadvantages: it uses a short address, 1 to 127 on most systems, but systems like Lens only respond to up to 99 on short addresses, and so that's the limit there. Now, the problem is, if you create a consist like you saw on the JMRI page on address 103, and you have a locomotive that has a short address of 103 in it, and you say go 103, both of them are going to go, the consist of locomotives and that other single locomotive. They will interfere with each other. Not all DCC systems, blah, blah, blah. And some decoders don't support the CVs 21 and 22 that give you all these easy functions. I'm going through this relatively quickly. Hopefully I'll generate some questions, and we'll have a chance to iron out specific situations that people want to talk about. So let's look at how each system manufacturer, this is not decoders, this is the system, how they handle consisting information. I didn't want to put anything out that wasn't correct. So I wrote up, when I wrote the article that this clinic came from, I went to every DCC manufacturer and I said, this is what I understand. Do you agree with me that this is the way your system works? And so that's what I'm working from, because, for example, I've never had my hands on a Zemo system. So, it was kind of that sort of thing. Also, I asked CVP about their EasyDCC system, and they did not respond. So I'm not including it, as I don't want to say something that the manufacturer doesn't agree with. Digitrax only supports what they call universal consisting, which is number 2. And they spell it with a capital V, just like that. It's fairly easy to set up. Now this is an older series throttle. They have the new DT602 out now, but I believe it works exactly the same way. I haven't seen one yet. What you do now, let's assume you have locomotive 1, 2, 3, 4 and locomotive 5, 6, 7, 8. You want to make a consist out of those two. You push the right button here, click down on the knob to tell the throttle that you're talking to, that you want to talk to the locomotive on the right knob there, and you call up locomotive 1, 2, 3, 4 as you see, and you adjust its speed to going forward. And then you, on the left knob, you call up 5, 6, 7, 8 and adjust its speed to the direction that you want it to run relative to 1, 2, 3, 4. And when I'm doing this, I really like to set them on the track a few inches apart, the two locomotives. And so I get locomotive 1, 2, 3, 4 going to the right, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe this is a back-to-back of two F units. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4 going to the right, and I get 5, 6, 7, 8 pointing to the left. So I set it going backwards, so it's going to the right. So now I have both of them going to the right. Then I press the MU and the plus button. You see the MU button here, and the plus button is in the row below it. And now they're consisted, and you see the CN in the display that tells you that they are consisted together and that you're talking to the two of them. And they will be operated speed and direction based on what you do with the right-hand knob. The left-hand knob, you notice it says CN where the speed is normally shown. That's because it is now slaved to that 1, 2, 3, 4. And they've used up 3 slots. It's assigned a consist, the Digitrax system is assigned a consist slot and a 1, 2, 3, 4 slot and a 5, 6, 7, 8 slot. So that's the way they go. And when you're done, if you press MU and minus, they split off and you're back to having them separated. The CN goes away and you get a display of speed on the left-hand throttle. Consists are lost if you reset the system. So that's something to remember. And we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. Digitrax will run advanced consists if you set them up manually or you set them up with Decoder Pro. Moving on to ESU, their ecosystem, they do universal consisting, the second version again. It's really easy to set up with their touch screen. Here's a picture of their touch screen, which when I sized it for this presentation, got all this weird wire lines in it. But you select the loco, use the touch screen to add it to the consist or adjust its position in the consist, take it out of the consist by pushing it back and forth. And again, they'll run advanced consists if you set them up manually. Lens, and there's becoming fewer and fewer lens people around, but lens refers to universal as double heading, and they allow you to have one double headed consist in the system at a time. And here's the instructions out of the LH100 manual, the LH100 cab manual. And you select the locomotive, and then you just go down the press F, press 2, press plus, key in the address of the second locomotive, press enter. Now it's done as a slot. Usually, I say they will only let you do one. Most lens systems will only let you do one. There may be some out there that will let you do more, but most of them will only let you do one. But they also support advanced consisting, and these are limited by the number of slots available in their system. And if I remember right, the latest system has like 250 slots or something like that. So it becomes virtually unlimited. And here's the steps to go through it. You can use all 98 of the short addresses, but again, it may conflict with the single locomotives. And here's the instructions, what buttons to push and exactly what order to push them. I'm not going to walk through them. MRC does advanced consisting. It's somewhat assisted, but part of it is, and the Prodigy Express squared instructions are here. Part of it is that the station, the command station, will set up the address, the CV19 consist address, and the direction of running, but it doesn't do anything to remember it, and so it literally tells you to write it down. So that's why I say it is somewhat assisted. I really like the way NCE does advanced consists. Again, they'll do universals if you set them up, but it's very sophisticated and it works very well. The command station, sometimes some of the command stations let you choose your own address. Others will assign an address between 1 and 127, and it remembers it. You don't have to. But it won't arbitrate conflicts with existing locomotives on your layout. So you need to be careful there. But there's a way around that. We'll talk about that in just a second. Now, once it's created a consist, you can talk to the consist by the address of any locomotive that's in the consist or with the consist address. But forget the consist address. What you want to do is you want to use the locomotive address. So back to the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8 running together. We've created the consist just as we talked about earlier of those two locomotives. Now they're sitting there together on the layout. If you select 1, 2, 3, 4 and say go forward, the locomotives will go in the direction that 1, 2, 3, 4 is pointed. If you stop it and you select 5, 6, 7, 8 and say go forward, they'll go the other direction. They'll go the direction that 5, 6, 7, 8 is pointed. And so this allows some very, very realistic operations. Also, NCE allows 2-digit addresses to be long addresses, and you can set them up that way when you program the locomotive. So back to the thing we talked about earlier, you have locomotive 10, or you have a consist number 103, and you have a locomotive numbered 103. Well, if you make the locomotive 103 long address, then to select that locomotive, you put in 0103, and to select the consist that's on 103, you just type in 103. The 0 in front of the short address tells the system that it's a short address, but you really want to talk to it using the long address. And so that if you adopt that, if you are an NCE system user and you only run your locomotives on NCE systems, then if you adopt the habit of everything gets a long address, even if it has a number below 127 or lower, then you never have any conflicts on your consisting. So walking through how to set this up, you press consist setup on the ProCab. You press enter twice, and you get this screen, the second screen down, that says enter the lead locomotive number. So I typed in 1, 2, 3, 4. You press enter. It says which way, and it picked the consist address of 127. If I wanted to, I could change that, but I never fiddle with that. And which way do you want this locomotive to run? It says F for forward. I press enter to put the next locomotive. So it comes up with that top screen. It says consist 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, enter the address for the rear locomotive. I enter 5, 6, 7, 8. Press enter. It says which direction do you want it to run? I say forward. So that would create an elephant style consist. If you said reverse, it would create a back-to-back consist. And if you need more locomotives, you just keep circling around on the sheet until you're done. When you're finally done, you reach this screen, you just press enter. I already talked about that, so you don't care about the consist addresses. You just select the cab address of the locomotive on either end of the consist and tell it to run. And that's why I like NCE's consisting system the best of any that I've run with. To get rid of a consist, you call up any address. It's either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8, and you press consist and then clear, and you enter the address if you need to. It's probably already there, and you press enter, and it's gone. It's taken it out of it's gone back, and it's reset all of the consist addresses for all of the decoders that were in that consist and taken the consist information out of its memory. ZEMO only does universal consisting. They have a key called TP on their latest throttle here, and it's used to create or remove the consist, much the way the Digitrax setup is. They do have one thing that, like NCE, if you address any locomotive in the consist, it will move the whole consist, so that you don't get into remembering or writing down the consist address that way either. So here's a summary. Advanced consisting that uses the decoder based, number 3 on the right hand. It can be run with any system, but only Lens, MRC, and NCE assist you in setting them up. With the other 3, you have to do all the programming of CV 19, 21, and 22 yourself, and then it'll run with it. In the center column, the universal old style consists are a standard item with Digitrax. You can do it with and ESU. Lens offers an option for it. MRC offers an option for it. ZEMO does it automatically. NCE calls it old style consists, but it works. Their advanced consisting works so smoothly. I wouldn't even think of going there myself. So one thing to remember, and I get lots and lots and lots of service calls, kind of thing. People come to me and say, "Oh, I have this locomotive. I have sound. I have lights. It won't move." I say, go read CV19. Is it anything but 0? Oh yeah, it's got a number in it. Okay, that locomotive, that decoder is still in a consist on a system. You took it away from a system where it was consisted, or you whatever. Set CV19 to 0, which will take it out of that, and then it should run on the locomotive address. And that cures about 97% of those sorts of questions that people raise with me. I'm just going to compare Digitrax and NCE because I've got most experience with those two. The trains at our club, we used the advanced method number 2 or number 3 set up with JMRI because it was reset proof. Because being a club, people come, people go, they bring throttles. We tend to reset the system in between every operating session. And so with the advanced consisting in our through trains, they were always available. There was nothing causing issues there. Places where you had, and I know several people who had Digitrax layouts that where they had through trains that they needed to be able to set up and kill and that sort of thing. They used the universal command station based consisting that Digitrax builds into their systems, and it works well. It just, the only issue is that you don't want to reset the command station or change batteries. As either way, you lose that information out of the command station. And NCE systems, as long as you have the newer decoders with the CV, I say newer, it's been about, what, 12, 15 years, something like that, that they've been available. Using advanced consisting is kind of the way that I think we should go there. So that's what I have to share with you. What do we got? We got some questions, Speed?
Yes, we do. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I can hear you.
First.
Of course, I can't see
first.
anything, but
That's up to the.
I'm sorry?
That's up to the video master.
Ah, well.
First question. What is a CV?
Remember roll top desks with all the little pigeonholes in the back? Think of those pigeonholes as the place you leave information that you want to communicate with the decoder, and they call it a CV, which stands for configuration variable. I hate the term. I hate most of the terminology that goes into DCC because it's as we were discussing in the roundtable earlier today. Most of what people do that's technical is not designed to be easy on the user, and lots of terms like CV or starting voltage. That it isn't correct, but it's what's there. Next.
You talk about don't change the batteries. Can't you keep the system powered up and swap the battery out to keep the memory there?
You can. I don't like to do it that way. If you pop the old battery out, for example, and you have slippery fingers and you drop it onto the board, you risk damaging your system with the power on. Some manufacturers have 2 battery slots on their motherboards, and so you can put the new battery in one with the power off. You can put the new battery in one slot, and you can take the old battery out of the other slot, and that's a whole lot safer way to do it.
So what do most people do for picking a consist address?
In our club, we had our through trains numbered from 100 to 107, with the odd numbers going one direction and the even numbers going the other direction. Because that way, if we weren't sure where we were, we only had seven addresses to deal with. And we did have some locomotives that, and it was a Digitrax system, so we didn't have the option for long addressing for 2-digit numbers. And so we had some 2-digit locomotives, 16 and 91 or something like that, whatever. So we just said, okay, we don't have anything between 100 and 107, so we'll use those addresses. So it's kind of an arbitrary pick. But other than that, I would suggest, like, starting with the biggest number that your system will support, whether it's 99 or 127, and work down from there. Whatever floats your boat.
You don't like the one where you pick the biggest number of the engines in the consist, or a common number that's in the consist?
That'll work. But remember, you've got so like if you've got 5534, 5572, and 5591, so you call it consist 55. Yeah, that makes sense. It's whatever works for you.
Information like the function tabs and the consist number.
Remembering it once you've set it in a locomotive.
Yes, like you have a train in staging, and you said it's train number or consist number 106.
Mm-hmm.
How do you remember that?
Well, how we did it with our club was we had these locomotives were permanently assigned to these trains, and every locomotive card that we had in our car card and waybill set said, this is, for example, this is a Jeep 30, and its cab number is this, and then at the bottom of the card it says DCC address, and it'd say 103, and then there'd be another one that would be, the same information, Jeep 30 with a different cab number, and say DCC address 103. So you pick that up and you look at it, it says, okay, this is on 103, so I know what to do with it. You can. I've seen people use piece of tape stuck on it just to remember it if they need to. A whiteboard. A lot of clubs will use a whiteboard to. People bring locomotives from home that they want to run on the club on a given night, and so you walk in and you register the number of your locomotive, and they have the consists listed up there just the same way.
I was thinking when I saw the answer, how about printing a 2D barcode? Because all these new smartphones can simply scan that and tell you the information.
That's
then
true.
where do you stick it? Because N-Scale is a little small.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a system-specific question for Digitrax. What about the local file in Digitrax? What if it's full? Can you still consist? Or do you have to empty or dispatch the loco?
You've got to, if you've hit slot max, you've hit slot max. There's no way around that. You got to take out some trash before you can do anything more. And that's usually only a problem on the Zephyrs or in big clubs, because the rest of the Digitrax systems have, if you open up all the capabilities, hundreds of slots, and so it takes a pretty large club to use up 100 slots, even with the universal consisting.
Correct. So, what are the most common problems users have creating advanced consist?
Again, for the systems that assist you in setting them up, most people don't have a whole lot of problems with NCE setting them up. If they kill the consist, if they don't kill the consist, and then they take the locomotive off the layout and it won't run, then you have the CV19 issue needing to be reset. And that CV19 thing bites more people than I can possibly believe, that they somehow it's gotten into a consist. Now, I think that there is a possibility that maybe 1% of them have come from static electricity changing the value of CV19, but it's 90. I won't say 90%, but a lot of the people say, "Well, I didn't set that." Okay, Yehudi must have done it because it's set. Moving along. Actually, it's really very simple to set it up by yourself if you don't want to get tricky about which the CV2122 thing and which functions do what. If you simply go in and pick a number like 100, and that's going to be your consist number, and you key and you go to a locomotive 1, 2, 3, 4, and you say, okay, set CV19 to 100. And then you have 5, 6, 7, 8 that you want to do back to back, so it has to go the opposite direction. You take 100 and you add 127 to it, and you say, okay, 227, write 227 into CV19 on that locomotive, and now you have an advanced consist created. So it's not that difficult. But again, there you're having to choose the consist number and remember what it is. And if you take a consist that you've created like that and put it on an NCE system, the system doesn't know that. And so you don't have the advantage of using the locomotive cab numbers and being able to come along and stop and walk around your train and pick up the locomotive of the number of the lead locomotive now and go back the other way on, say, on a turn, because the system doesn't know that they're tied together if you didn't set it up on that NCE system.
Now, did you mention that you could use either locomotive's number to run it in an NCE advanced consist?
Yes. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4 going one direction and 5, 6, 7, 8 going the other direction in a back-to-back consist, if you select 1, 2, 3, 4 and say go forward, it will go the forward direction for 1, 2, 3, 4. If you say 5, 6, 7, 8, go forward, it'll go the other direction. So, it's great for doing a turn because it's just, when you run around, when you pull into town and you're going to run around who you're talking to and you're golden. It's just like the crew moving around.
So if I want to unhook one of the engines and advance it a few feet forward, then I have to kill the consist first?
Yes.
Okay.
They're gonna run together no matter what.
And you also have address 100 to run the whole two in the forward direction of whichever locomotive was set for forward, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Is it possible to advance consist a loco with a Tsunami 2 decoder with a loco with a lock sound decoder? Don't their startup there's one part, don't their startup properties offset each other?
You can advance consist them, but as I said at the beginning, you need to have the best thing's going to be that you're using identical decoders, you're using identical locomotives. The more variables you put into the equation, the more difficult it's going to be. And we were talking at the roundtable earlier tonight about one of the issues is there's a lot of things that while the NMRA has standardized a lot of things about DCC, there's a lot of things that aren't standard. And one of the things that's not standard is acceleration and deceleration momentum. And if you tell a loc sound decoder that, I want acceleration 10, and you tell a Soundtrax decoder, I want acceleration 10, you'll get different numbers. And some of the sound decoders will wait for the sound of the locomotive to spool up before they move, and others will start moving as soon as you say go. And you can wind up with some real tug-of-wars. You wind up with a tractor pull contest.
The one that gets me in the standard is how do you reset the decoder? That's also done several different ways.
Yeah. Well, there is no standard. That's the point.
Okay. Here is a more specific question to a Bachmann sound value decoder. This gentleman has an ABA set of H.O. Baldwin RF16s, and only the B unit has sound. So how would I consist this set to play all sounds from the B unit, regardless of which A unit is moving forward?
Well, it's really very simple. You set CV 21 and 22, that page, so that you only have you set the B unit to respond to the function address. You set on the various sound functions that you care about, and you set the A units to have the lights respond to the function address, but the rest of them to respond to the locomotive address.
Okay. And he has a power cab. So that's the end of the questions about. Would you like to do a speed matching clinic for us?
No. Speed matching is one of my least favorite things in the world. Actually, a friend of mine, Phil Klein, wrote a script for JMRI. And if you take a 16 channel block detector and make a circle of track and detect every 16th of the circle all the way around, and put the locomotive on there, and you say go, it would take the locomotive and run it around in one direction and run it around in the other direction, go back and forth and back and forth. And eventually when it was done, it would go in and it would change the start speed, the stop speed, until it got a match. And then it would, and it may sit there for an hour running this locomotive around. That's the best way to speed match I've ever seen.
I believe a gentleman in Tulsa with I forgot what's the name of the layout, something third sub, Mr. Steve Davis. He has one of those circles in his train room.
Mm-hmm.
So
probably there's a few people out there that
contract
have
him.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Bruce, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Speed.
That was a little technical, but technology is technical.
Really? Oh, wow.
Maybe.
Now, can I quote you on that, Speed?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay. You're not going to admit to it.
No.
Oh well.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Now,
Brad, any questions?
No, thank you for the clinic, Bruce.
Thank you, Brad. See you later.
Okay, we're live again. Sorry for that little interruption. Our next clinician is the owner of Dead Rail Installs, as well as the division director of the PSR San Diego division and the PSR membership chair. We welcome Mr. Pete Steinmetz.
Oh, I'm just waiting to go live here. Are we delayed a bit?
We're good to go.
My monitor says, okay. Hello, everyone. Pete Steinmetz, Dead Rail Society, one of the founding members of the Dead Rail Society. We have a good Facebook group called Dead Rail Society for anybody who's interested in the battery power remote control. And we had a couple technical difficulties getting on there, but we are here now. So what we're going to do is we're going to run a slideshow, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the various Dead Rail systems that are available from various vendors. We're going to talk about all of the systems. We're then going to talk about, let's see, is this working? Of course it isn't. Well, my slideshow seems to be stuck. Okay, great way to start. Let's try this again.
You're going to have to share again.
Let's try this. There we go. Okay, Dead Rail Society. Outline brief history of battery-powered radio control. Why it took so long to be in the smaller scales, because the G-scale guys have had it for years. Some of the advantages of Dead Rail. We're going to review the various systems. Then we're going to get to something near and dear to my heart, battery information, and we're going to do a Q&A. If you have questions, just type them in, and they'll be asked along the way. So a lot of people know in the G-scalers, there's been batteries in large scale for a long time, especially outdoors where people didn't want a clean track. G-scale guys had no size limitations on batteries. I remember doing motorcycle batteries, small ones, and putting them in box cars for guys doing Dead Rail outside. The printed circuit boards and the batteries are big. So into the smaller scales, the HO, O and 30, O scale, S scale, S and 3. Everybody's able now to do Dead Rail. One of the reasons the PCBs got smaller. PCBs are the printed circuit boards. The batteries got a lot smaller. Lithium polymer technology matured, and that's been a fairly recent development. So you could do it in O and 30. I model O and 30. I model HO, S, HO and 3. And there is a way to do it in N if you don't mind having a few trailing cars. Works great with DCC and sound. If you don't want DCC and sound, there's other options, which we'll touch on a little bit later. No interference operating on a Dead Rail or DC or DCC layout. You can just put your train down and run it. Advantages: minimal track cleaning, which is a huge advantage to a lot of people, especially if they have large layouts. No power to the rails, which eliminates wiring. I mean, a lot of guys that are building new layouts dread sitting there underneath the layout, soldering jumpers and doing all this stuff and having hot solder drop in their laps. Also, there's a cost issue because you don't have to pay for all the wiring. Dead Rail is very reliable. It's your battery and it's your loco, and there's much less to troubleshoot. Less cost when building a new layout, as we just mentioned, and you can operate on DC or DCC layouts when they're running at the same time. So major North American suppliers, and I'm not going to touch on everybody, I'm just touching on the majors. Blue Rail Trains, which is in their second generation of Blue Rail DCC boards. Tam Valley Depot, which has a Dead Rail department. Airwire, CVP Airwire, which has probably been in it the longest. They're a very established company, and we'll talk about them a little bit. SCAB, which is Neil Stanton, And then secondary supplier is Deltang out of the UK, which I will talk about a little bit. So Dead Rail Online. There's a Dead Rail Society groups.io. There's Facebook, Dead Rail Society. There's a Dead Rail Society website. Free Rails Forum at freerails.com has a section on battery power radio control. And as I said, deadrailsociety.com. SCAB, we're going to talk a little bit about SCAB. It was developed by Neil Stanton, and it was the first reliable dead rail in smaller scales. One of the things that Neil has set up is charging through the rails, which is somewhat controversial, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But Neil's got a really good system that works quite well. He has a battery using a single cell with a booster on it, which takes up a little bit less space. Tam Valley Depot has DRS-1 radio receivers. Each local will need a receiver. Each layout will need one transmitter, and that transmitter can be transmitting at the same time that power and signal are going through the rails. You could be running the DRS-1 radio transmitter and running your dead rail right on at the same time. Works with all DCC systems. So if you have a DCC system that you like and you want to use your controller, by all means, the Tam Valley system is a good economical way to go. Operates on two frequencies, 916.49 megahertz and 869 megahertz, which we call the Euro frequency. As we said, operators can run DCC and dead rail at the same time. It's compatible with sound and non-sound decoders. With the Tam Valley system, all you're really doing is you're sending the signal through the airwaves as opposed to sending it through the track. Everything else is the same. And you're powering it, instead of track power, you're using battery power. Here is an overview of how the Tam Valley system is set up. You have your DCC cabs, you have your command station, DCC bus goes to other devices, and then you have one going to your DCC transmitter. Transmitter transmits the same signal that's going over the bus to a DRS-1 receiver, which connects to the decoder and is powered by a battery. Very simple. And it doesn't take up much space. Another system, CVP Airwire. The Airwire 900. And as I mentioned before, CVP has a long history with radio control trains. They're an established manufacturer. They were one of the first ones to turn their attention to the smaller scales and came out with some very small boards that will fit in smaller locomotives and tenders. It's well thought out. They have a multifunction radio, the T5000, which I'll talk about in just a minute. And they will work with any NMRA standard decoder. There's three sizes of converters. There's a 1.5 amp, 2.5 amp, and a 5 amp. All are a little bit different sizes, but depending on what the current draw is on your locos, you find one that'll fit. And so this is the smallest one, called the C15. And as you can see, it's 0.8 by 2.0 by 0.4 high compared to a quarter. So how do you hook these up? And it's pretty easy. You clip your rail pickups. You put the C15 converter, which is a receiver, and it receives the DCC signal from the transmitter, powered with a battery, runs into your sound or motion decoder, where your track pickups normally would run, the red and the black wire, and you just hook up your lights and your sound and your motor as you normally would. And here's the T5000, which is their controller. A lot of people like it because they don't want to control their phones or with a phone. They like a knob. They just like that feel. Buttons have good feel to them. It's easy to operate. You can do all kinds of programming with it. Excellent throttle. So you control trains with DCC. It's a programmer and a controller. Once again, it works with any NMRA compliant decoder. You can program in service or ops mode. 28 functions on the keypad, and it has 16 different frequencies, so multiple people can run these. Then we come to Blue Rail Trains, which is somewhat of a new company on the dead rail scene. They started with doing Bachmann's Easy app. The new boards, which are about to be released to the general public, are run DCC. They're controlled by an iOS device, which means an iPhone, iPad, iPod. Needs to be a fairly recent one, a 6S, running 6S software later. Sound requires an NMRA compliant sound decoder. But one of the nice things, if you're not interested in sound, you can use the board to be a motor decoder. It runs your motor and your lights. It comes in 2 amp and 5 amp boards. Very small 2 amp receiver is 1.5 by 0.7. 5 amp board is 2.75 by 1.35. And after I get done with these slides, I'll show you some examples. Available with internal and external antennas. Most of the people that are running smaller scales, a 2 amp board by the internal antenna version. Guys that are running outside by the 5 amp external version. The app is available free in the App Store, and it will update automatically. There are many updates, so your software will not be out of date. Website is www.bluerailtrains.com. So as I said, you can operate on DC, DCC, or battery power with the same boards. 2 amp board with an internal antenna is $95. App is free and updated regularly. One of the really nifty things about the Blue Rail Trains app is you can read and write CVs from your phone, which is really cool because you get instant gratification. Did it tape? Did the whistle sound change? Did the momentum shift? You'll find out right away. Very easy to program, very intuitive. Easy consisting and speed matching. I know Bruce talked before about consisting. I hate consisting because what happens is I forget to unconsist them, and then the next time I take a B unit or run in different combinations, it's a mess. My consistings, I put them all on the same address and switch the normal direction of travel on the reverse units and go for it. Anyway, good email support from Blue Rail Trains. They're available through the website www.deadrailinstalls.com. Shameless plug there, but that's where you get them. So how do you set them up? So here's your Bluetooth module. This has the integrated antenna, meaning it's internal. Your power is track or battery, either one, your choice. That comes into the input. The output is a yellow and a white wire, and it goes to your decoder if you're choosing to use it with sound. You can have all your light functions will run fine, your motor will run fine, and your speaker. You just run your power in, and you're in good shape. There's a jumper on here that you have to jump that puts it into what we call basic mode, which is just motor and lights. We're going to talk about Deltang recently. There's a few people running Deltang. They like it. It's not DCC, operating on 2.4 gigahertz. The receivers are very small. They're pretty inexpensive. Problem is that the person, which was the major North American supplier for Deltang, is no longer doing that. He's doing some other stuff. They will ship directly from the UK. I heard that there were some component issues where they had to redesign some of the boards. So keep that in mind. There are a couple of aircraft suppliers that are selling Deltang in the US, but I'm not sure that they're very well versed in trains. Once again, pretty easy to set up. Charge socket, battery, switch. Here's the receiver, and it goes to the motor. That's it. So battery info. We're going to talk about battery info. I recommend using the smallest size battery possible because it leaves you a lot more room. most of the locos don't draw as much current or deplete the battery as fast as people think they will. I was at the narrow gauge convention when it was held up in Seattle and went by one of the G-scale booths, and the guy had this battery that was a brick. It was literally the size of a brick. And I go, "What the heck is that?" And he goes, "Oh, I power my train with that." And I went, "Well, what are you running?" He says, "I'm just running an Aristo something or other." And I said, "Well, why such a battery?" He said, "Well, I only have to charge it once a year." And I went, "Really?" I said, "Do you understand what the whole deal is with lithium batteries, the volatility involved?" I said, you have basically a couple sticks of dynamite right there. And so you need to be really careful." He goes, "Well, I sell these all the time." And I said, "Really? How do you ship them?" "I just put them in the mail." And I went, man, I had a little chat with the guy about how does he want to be sitting in his airplane seat with that underneath him in case something goes wrong. Anyway, so I say use the smallest battery possible. I really also say use a battery with a PCM, which is a protection control module. And the PCM controls overcharge, controls a short circuit. If you were to like throw one in your pocket and it shorted out on that quarter, it would not burn you. It would just shut off right away. The most important thing that it really controls for our purposes is low voltage. If you have a battery that does not have a PCM on it, you can run that thing down to 0. And if you do that, you will have a short-lived battery. It will cut down the life of the battery dramatically. With the PCM, it cuts off at 3 volts per cell, which is what the manufacturers recommend. I don't use RC cells. They're low quality. They don't have protection because they can't. It's not that they don't want to put protection on there. They just can't because of the RC motors have very high drain rates, and they would trip the protection circuit, so they don't put that on there. My career was in batteries. One of the things I did was I visited Chinese battery factories looking for partnerships for a company I was working with that needed some more manufacturing capacity. But they wanted very high quality because a lot of their customers were medical. And myself and my colleagues would go in, would not be doing business with that factory because they would not have the quality control in place for what we needed with. So everyone has an opinion on batteries, and the goal is the most runtime and the smallest size. That's plenty for me. I don't need anything more than that. You'll get into an argument, especially with RC guys, about protection control module or no PCM, balancing or no balancing. The RC batteries have a second plug that comes out of them that's called a balance plug. And the reason they do that is because their cells are low quality and they're not in balance. When you get batteries that are commercial grade quality, they're balanced before they're put together in a pack and they stay balanced. So you don't need that second balancing plug. Chargers have become scarce as hen's teeth lately, especially the good ones. It's all a logistics issue with coming from China because there's so few flights anymore. A lot of competition for those $25, $30 are now $40, $50, $60. Charge rates. I like to charge at about a half a C rate. And a C rate is if your battery pack is 1,000 milliamps, then you would charge it at the C rate, which is 1,000 milliamps. But I like to take those 1,000 milliamp ones and I like to charge them at 500 milliamp. Long time. I mean, I've got packs and some of my customers have packs that are just ancient and they still work fine. Battery safety. When you're charging a battery, even if you're doing it on a smart charger, you don't have to sit next to it and stare at it, but I wouldn't go out and mow the lawn. I wouldn't go to the store. I certainly wouldn't leave them charging overnight. Just stick your head in the door every once in a while and make sure everything's okay. If you have batteries with PCMs, it pretty much will be, but just as an extra added safety factor, I just say keep an eye on them. I was in a store yesterday that primarily was for RC and stuff, and they had some battery charging bags on their counter, and which I think it's pretty hilarious. but I guess the RC guys buy them because they don't trust their batteries. So Dead Rail Installs, which is my company, we do dead rail installations. Dealer for Blue Rail Trains, CVP Airwire, Tam Valley Depot Dead Rail, Soundtracks, TCS. We sell kits for people that want to do it yourself, which the kit consists of a dead rail battery kit is a battery. It's Kapton tape for installation. It's silicone wire, very flexible silicone wire, 2 different sizes of shrink tube, and let's see what else goes in there. An on-off switch with a magnetic reed switch and a charging cable. I also sell that same thing that comes with a Soundtracks decoder, all on the website. And where'd I go? Gone. There I am. There we go, I think.
Pete, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I still see the last slide.
The first question is, have you managed to talk to Elon Musk yet to take up railroading?
No, but Elon Musk makes what they call large format batteries, and he's very good at it. My batteries are tiny little things called small format batteries. And
they're completely different?
They're built differently, yes. Yeah, they're built differently. Well, his are designed for high discharge. His thing, he's got a whole bunch of batteries in there, and he's got to have a tremendous battery management system. We're running 3 or 4 cells. Well, we need some battery management. We don't need anything like that. I worked on the batteries for the Segway scooters. And when they started out, it was 240 NiCad sub-C cells, which were the same cells that a lot of people were racing their RC cars and boats and airplanes with. But 240 of them. They're great cells, but the whole trick was in how do you keep them all at the same rate of charge and discharge. That was the battery management system, and that was the most crucial because you wanted them all at the same rate. Same as we do. We want all of our cells, 3 or 4 cells, at the same rate of charge and discharge. That way we get maximum usage out of them.
You could you charge them individually with more expensive electronics?
Yeah, or you could charge them individually with very cheap electronics. There's some single cell chargers out there that just plug into a USB port. And yes, you could do that. I don't find it necessary because the batteries I sell, I either match them myself. There's a couple of packs I sell that are built here. I have a very good Chinese supplier that builds packs for me. I can't say I've ever had a reject from them, and I've worked with them for about 4 years. All of their batteries.
How long does it take to charge those smaller batteries?
Depends on their state of discharge. If they're already completely discharged down to 9 volts on a 3-cell pack, it's going to take you 45 minutes to an hour to charge them.
You mentioned on the CVP throttle page, you can program the decoder in both modes.
Yes.
So what buttons do you press to make that happen?
The upper left hand is a power and programming, and you hit that a couple of times, and it scrolls through screens. And then when you find one, you hit a number that corresponds to the function you want on the keyboard, and then it goes into that mode.
Why would you use one mode or the other?
Some guys just like to use different modes.
Do you have a layout there at home?
I do not. I belong to an HO club. I'm in Oceanside, California, and I belong to an HO club. Thank heavens they're open for members. I'm also in an Owen 30 modular club in Orange County, California.
So you run your engines using Dead Rail?
Yes. I don't run all of them using Dead Rail. I run them. Some run DCC and some run Dead Rail.
So what is your preferred Dead Rail technology?
Um, I I use CVP. I use them all actually. Our Owen 30 Club, for instance, has a Tam Valley transmitter. So anybody who's running Tam Valleys in business, I can use the CVP because you don't need a transmitter. It's just between you and the Blue Rail receiver and your loco. And I was going to show you. This is the small 2 amp internal antenna Blue Rail.
And then the wires go to your decoder.
Yes, red and black to the power. Red and black is power in, whether it's track power or battery power. These two wires, the other two, the yellow and white wire, go to your power in on your decoder. If you want to run this, very small and you can't really see it. If you want to run this in basic, what we call basic mode, which is use this as a motor controller, you just put a jumper between two of these holes in the PC board. You're in business. You're in basic mode, and you can always switch it back if you decide you want to add a sound decoder to it.
So what are the options for charging it while you're running on live track?
Well, guys that know me know I don't really support charging through the rails because, for one thing, why put dead rail in if you're going to be running on live track to charge your battery? You're not dead rail at that point. Now, some guys want to do pull into a yard and have a powered track and charge it through the rails, which Neil Stanton endorses with his BPS system, and you can do that, but you have to clean your wheels on your loco, your power pickups, and you have to clean that track. And that, to me, kind of defeats it versus just putting a battery in your loco. I recommend trying to get it so you can remove your battery and plug it into a charger. But if you can't or don't want to do that, then you can put in just what I call a charge port. A lot of guys on a steam locomotive will put that charge port on a water filling hatch. You just open it up and plug your charger in. There's ways to disguise it near the wheels. The jacks I use are and the connectors are very small, so you can easily disguise one. And then just plug it in and just leave it on the rails, plug it in and charge it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you.
Well, another thing you can do, because the guys will come and say, well, I've got 50 engines, I can't possibly dead rail all of them. And I go, okay. So how about if you dead rail, and all you got to do is make what I call a power car. Power car has your receiver and your battery in it. You run 2 wires from your power car to your loco, and you just tap into where the power goes into the decoder, put a connector in between the loco and the power car, and you're in business. And if you keep a few charged power cars sitting around, as soon as one discharges, you pull that off, put another one on, and off you go. Takes seconds. And you can set up like a whole bunch of engines to use just a few power cars. Saves a lot of money, and you're dead rail all the way.
There's a really nice operating layout in Austin. I believe it's the Bronx Terminal.
Okay.
That does exactly that. So if you're ever in the Austin area, give Riley Triggs a visit.
Okay. It's Riley?
Riley Triggs.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. We've corresponded.
Yeah.
Yes. Huh.
Have you seen any options of charging it through a wireless interface, just like my phone is sitting here on a Qi charger?
Yep, I've got one for my phone. I actually worked on wireless charging with Philips Sonicare. If you ever have a Sonicare, you don't plug it in, you just set it on the stand, and it does what we call induction charging. Mm-hmm. However, you would be a long time trying to use an induction charger to charge your battery because it's a very slow process. The other thing is you have to be really in contact with the plastic of the charger. So how do you do that with a train? I mean, you could do it, I guess, where you pull up, have a tender that has the charging coils on the inside and pull up next to a building but you'd have to actually be touching the building or whatever. And that the plastic would have to be very thin, and it's very slow charging. So unless they get fast induction charging, it's really not an option for us.
Or maybe you back your steam locomotive into a roundhouse and the tender. Pete, we lost you there.
The
There you
tender
go.
would actually have to be touching something. That was my cough switch.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Pete,
Anyway,
I've got a
yeah.
question for you there.
Sure.
You mentioned the Deltang electronics.
Yes.
Have you had a play around with any of those that have the 45 functions available on them?
No, I have not. And I really haven't messed with Deltang too much. Garen Mortensen was kind of the Deltang guy here in the U.S., and he's pursuing other endeavors. I know Deltang put something out a while ago that there was some component issues with that some of the stuff on their boards were not available. They were going to have to redesign their boards. Garen had told me that there were some supply issues for him getting product. And he just decided not to do it. I think there's a couple of companies that are primarily going for the flight market, because Deltang really is an airplane company that's making electronics for airplanes. And the radio control for the trains was more of a sidelight for them. So I really have not done too much with them. I know some people in the UK are doing more with them than we are over here.
Yeah. It's just that I know Martin's playing around with some RC cars and the Deltang stuff. The electronics is awfully small. We're talking
Oh, it
sort of
is.
like
Yeah.
a 10 mil square, and they run
Right.
a H-bridge driver on there for the motor as well. And like I said, up to 45 outputs. So
Well, I know they're very small, and they're not too expensive, so you can get into it. You can get into it for a minimal investment. But it does not have sound, and I don't know. I think some of them might have lights, but that's about it. So you get forward and reverse.
correct. It'd be interesting to see how that progresses anyway.
Well, it will be. There are a couple other companies in the UK that are doing dead rail, but the problem in the UK is batteries. The Royal Mail is very strict about shipping batteries, more so than they are over here. I mean, you're not supposed to send batteries through the postal service, but I think they're even more strict over there with like assemblies and shipping cell phones and that.
Yeah, okay. Sorry to interrupt there, Speed, but is there anything else there in the chat?
Yeah, one closing question. For how long can I run a typical HO train using the typical system to go dead rail?
HO train, at least a couple of hours. When we were trying to figure this out, there was a gentleman named Mike Fulb in San Diego, and he knew I was in the battery business, so we decided we were going to figure out what's the optimum battery for a train, because everybody wanted these big old honking things, and we thought, well, what does a guy really run? And we figured that if we got 2 hours, even though it might be a 3-hour op session, you're really not going to run it for 3 hours. I mean, the only way you're going to do that is if you're doing a roundy round at a train show or something. So we figured if we could get 2 hours out of a battery, if we got 2 hours out of a battery, that we would be in good shape. And we came up with 250s and 450s milliamp, 11.1 volts batteries that would run trains for a couple of hours. Now that's let's say a reasonable train, a late model can motor type thing. The motors are very efficient. You don't have to go out and remotor your locos. I mean, any of the manufacturers where you buy something that's been done in the last 10 or 15 years, you're going to have a reasonably efficient motor. Some guys that are trying to do old Mahanos that are 30, 40 years old with an open frame motor are not going to get a lot of runtime. But
You mentioned earlier that you don't like to consist engines. You just give them the same number. So with
it's just lazy me. Yeah, I'll
So
take. But go ahead.
So with your your eye device, like on the Blue Rail thing, would it control two actual?
Oh yeah, yeah.
controllers?
Doing consisting on the Blue Rail is very simple. When I said that, I was thinking about doing consisting on, say, a JMRI,
Okay.
and where I would do something just DCC at the club, where I would just put them on the same number and do a normal direction of travel reverse for the last engine, and off they go. As opposed to some lazy. I know Bruce and I'm sure we'll have words about that, possibly
Hello.
Tuesday night, if not before. but yeah, yeah. So,
So
let's see.
using
I'm
dead
looking-
rail, you can run two engines at the same time with one.
Oh
throttle.
yeah, sure. You can run a bunch of engines at the same time. You can consist them, definitely. Now, I've got a guy that I'm working with now who's putting all of his electronics in a B unit, and he's running a powered A on each end. And we're figuring out how he's going to wire this up. He's working on it now, and he hasn't called me, so I take it it's been successful. He hasn't blown anything up or, caught anything on fire. I told him to make sure that he realizes that there's going to be some reverse polarity issues that he has to be aware of. So, but I think it should work fine. Doing a B unit in like an ABA kind of thing allows you to use a little bit larger battery because you're really running two locos. So you're powering two motors with one battery. But usually you only need one receiver to handle all of that. So.
And then there's always the pun intended last question. For us, who's an N scale that is dead, is there hope for dead rail for us?
I've done N scale dead rail. It's not easy. Well, actually, it's not that much harder. I suggest that people want to do it in N scale. You buy a loco that already has a sound decoder in it because it makes it a lot easier. A little board like this will fit in an N scale boxcar. I can make up a battery. Normally, a battery is too high. The height is too high, and even setting it in on its side, it makes it be a little too wide. I had a guy who took a container, like a 40-foot container, on a container car, and he just widened the container a little bit. Battery fit in there perfectly, and you're going to need probably at least 2 cars, maybe 3. To put the electronics in, but there's no reason it won't run. And you could run a lash up. You could run 2, 3, 4 engines with that dead rail lash up. Control is exactly the same. Any of the controllers would work fine.
That sounds quite interesting.
Are you? I see you in the Helix. Is that N scale behind you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess I never asked.
Double track.
Nice. I like that.
Well, Pete, thank you very, very much for your time. I'm pretty sure more than 110 people like seeing this.
Is that good?
That is good.
Okay.
For dead rail, that's a lot of bodies.
Well, it's funny because the Facebook page that I administer, we went to 900 and then we went to 1,000 and we're almost at 1,100. And I last week I had one day that 24 people asked to join. And I have to look at it a couple times a day because I don't want to let people hang, and I've got her too. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people are very interested in it. Some guys are just want to look and see what it's all about and ask some questions. I encourage anybody who's got any questions or just wants to hang out and see what other people are doing to apply to join the Dead Rail Society Facebook page. There's a lot of posts on it. It's a very active group, and we encourage questions, especially from beginners, because we got a lot of talent on there.
I just applied, so please let me in.
I will let you in.
Thank you, Pete. That was a lot
Thanks,
of fun.
guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good evening. Am I the last one, I guess?
You made it till the end.
So everybody gets to go have a beer.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Pete. So, Speed, that closes out for day 6 for us. What an awesome day with all the technology and whatnot. But everyone out there, bear in mind, day 7 is just as good. And I'm just looking through the schedule now. We've got some clinics coming up on RFID and JMRI. There's some magic rail with our good friends over at Fast Track, Kevin Marks. Introducing some building crafting kits. Tony Cook's back with us with the ski train. So
Cool.
there's definitely some good clinics coming up tomorrow. So everyone should jump on and check them out. But for now, I think it's definitely worth a beer for us and a bit of shut eye.
Be safe.